inside and burn it all. No one could see the spark in me, but the silence breaks, becomes the light. I wasn't ready to be the guiding light, but now I'm breathing. Still I carry the weight alone. Oh, look at me now, I never break. I walk ahead and never wait. I don't need skies to tell me why. I keep my fire burning dry. Still I hold my fire. The words can touch this steady mind. I can take him the way I smile. Oh, look back, I stay the course. Push the storm without remorse. I remain. I walk through glass to tool to shine. Called it the sign. Learn how to bend before I stood. Mistook the cracks. I never thought I grew to feel this way, but now I'm breathing. Still I carry the weight alone. Oh, look at me now, I never break. I walk ahead and never wait. I don't need skies to tell me why. I keep my fire burning dry. Still I hold my fire. The words can touch this steady mind. I can take him the way I smile. Oh, look back, I stay the course. Push the storm without remorse. I Now I see the path I made. Oh my god.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Sacred. Hello, Red Wolf. Hello, Good Name. Hello, Jake. Hello, Believe You. Hello. Hello, Benny. For some reason, I hesitated with, like, Minisa. Minisa, yeah. Hello, again. Nice to see you all. Sorry about the stream jump scare. I was kind of debating if I want to do or not. And I thought, might as well. It's kind of a little bit lonely. There's nothing really much going on. Everyone's doing gang RP, and I'm like, I could just hang out and just talk to you guys, or just do a bit more work from here to there. So, yeah.
Do you know? 何言ってんのそれうざい何言ってんのそれ意味がよくわかんないしねぶっちゃうよ無事あげっぽいな
with all the hydrate emotes, I just took a little bit of water, so it's helping. Wait, what the fuck? Moves it further away? Interesting. Okay. Hydration is very important. Ah, okay. I might have to put a separate. So something I've been looking at in terms of so there is something which I wanted to get for EQ's particles. So I want you to imagine this, right? I need to figure out the system for this still. It still is up more streamlined. So EQ standing there, I choose to do radial window. I select the spell I want to do, and I'll have a kind of like her arms would be out as if she was channeling something, like channeling mana into the spell. And as long as she channels it, it will lead to like the first tier, second tier, and third tier spells. This can be expanded upon later on if for a fourth tier if we get to that point, or even a fifth tier. But it does allow me to do the tiers of magic which I can do, and I don't have to have all of my spells thought out like I did previously, due to certain things like combinations. The reason why I say this is because combinations, I would actually need to know what the combinations were beforehand, even for spells I plan to do for the future, just so I wouldn't have them overlap and it would make some logical sense. Now I can just kind of just put some spells in together, slap them in, and it'll be, you know, it'll be fine. So, once you imagine, she charges up her spell. It's maybe like tier 3 projectile mixed with. So it's probably like, yeah, it's tier 3 projectile mixed with like tier 1 crush, or something, or like maybe levitate, if I go with levitation as a spell. But she channels, sends the mana out, and then she pushes both her hands forwards in a fist. So both her hands are fists. And by doing that, actually, I'm missing a few steps. So she channels it. Her hands need to be open palm to be able to channel it. But if she closes her fists, it will lock the ray casting. So there'll be like a magic circle that appears at the bottom, like at the ray cast. If she closes her fists, she'll be able to place this and freeze it to the world. So it'll be locked in, so I can do other things. Then she'll push both her hands together forward. There's like a contact receiver to touch in front of it, right? In front of her. She would touch that, and then she makes fists with it, it starts the second phase of the channeling, which can be like from either 1 second or 10 seconds. I need to ask admins how long I can channel this for and how big and powerful the spell can be. But obviously if she's channeling it for 10 seconds, it's going to be a great big spell with a lot of power. But you know, channeling for 10 seconds and the creature not moving is going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible. But as she's channeling to conjure this spell, it will start off as a small, it will start off with droplets of water kind of coming in from like the environment and coalescing to a single point and making a small water orb. And the longer she channels, this orb gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes like a very big ball of water. And then, and this will basically form above in the sky where the world constraint is. I'm not sure if I can have shadows cast. I think it'd be really cool for like a monster or anyone who is like fighting. They just see their vision go a bit dark because like a big fucking shadows overcast them, and they just look up and they just see this great big sphere of water in the sky. But when she's channeled it, she can just, you know, drop it and it just collides with the ground and just goes, you know, and it wouldn't be like an explosion, but just be like just dropping a massive weight of water. I took inspiration from a few things, specifically videos you guys have sent, because I was thinking, how do I wanted to kind of reinforce the idea because people were mentioning like, can Iku do artillery magic? And I was like, okay, well, I already wanted to do this, but I was focusing too much on like direct projectiles. And I was thinking, okay, how can I make these spells do different things and still do the same thing, but through different flavors? So I decided to make the giant sphere of water kind of just collapse on someone and just explode. And I found a few particles which might help with this, which I'll show in a second. Is that sure being underwater despite on the ground on? Or the thing is, I mean, the shadow isn't important because you'll be able to see the spell circle. The spell circle would be able to show up on the ground, so you know where it's going to land. But I meant like, if, because technically what I'm using, I'll be using a mesh sphere that has a shader on it, so it should be doing it regardless. Because it's actually a mesh, it will cast a shadow if it's in a world that allows post-processing. If post-processing is on, it will cast a shadow, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. But I'm not going to go out of my way to make the shadows there. I'm just fairly sure if I'm using a mesh sphere that has a water shader to make it look like water and rippling, it will cast a shadow because it's a mesh, it's a physical mesh. So what am I doing right now? What I was going to do is, I was probably going to buy and download some of these particle packs and experiment with them and start working on this, what I'm calling water meteor. Now, it's not a meteor. It's made of water, yes, but I need to think of a better name for it. But right now I'm just calling it that because when I think of this spell, if anyone's watched Naruto, right, when Madara is fighting, like, I haven't actually watched any of Shippuden, but in Naruto Shippuden, there's a fight with Madara, and he uses the fire style meteor jutsu, and there's a great big fucking meteor that comes from the sky. And for some reason, when I think about it, I think of, like, again, the Frieren clips people sent me, the image that Kitten posted of like the open ocean with just a massive sphere of water above someone, like someone's literally just holding up a sphere of water with their one hand. It just gives me that kind of visualization. I would say the water orb is probably being dropped by gravity, but it's dropping as a whole orb. Because I'm like making water like just collapse out of the orb, because it would be very difficult and also very material intensive. So I don't want it to be like a fast thing where just like it's a great big fucking water orb and just goes, you know, hits it. It will probably fall due to gravity. Like, she's suspending the water as a sphere in the air, and she essentially just lets go of the control rune to keep the sphere suspended in the air. So my problem, I guess the water orb is fine, but then when you said about like the collision with the ground, if the orb, so again, I'm trying to minimize the amount of materials I need for it. The water orb is one material. The water droplets gathering up to form the orb is a second material. And then there's like a handful of materials I can probably use for the collision. So like when it hits the ground, it sends like a ripple, and then it's probably gonna have loads of splashes. And I'm not sure if I should have a few waves, because the thing is, if it's a sphere of water that big, it's obviously gonna have some water it would need to be displaced. But I don't think it is, in terms of like optimization wise and performance wise, is not possible for me to get the accurate representation of that much volume of water being dropped, right, and colliding with the ground. But yeah, I will show you something which I found, which I feel like would be very good for what I want to do. Obviously, ignore the like destinations afterwards. The destinations afterward are not really important. Okay, yeah. So it's this bit. So it's like you see the orb water form, and you see all the water coalescing. Rather than kind of it like explodes outwards and shrinks again, it's probably just going to be this building up into like a bigger and bigger orb, right? But you can just imagine like the water coalescing lots of times. I was also wanting to incorporate maybe something from Booth. One second, I need to make sure, because I'm pretty sure Booth has some non-safe for work stuff there, so I don't want to end up, you know, getting myself banned. Right. Just ordering in my cart. But one of the things I was thinking of was this as well, right? Obviously, this is a very short animation. It's very short. I want it to be longer than that. I want the water droplets to also not just be from here. I want it to be all the way around. And I want the sphere to be bigger. But obviously, this one drops down and does that. I don't want it to do that. That is so much. That is ridiculously extra. Like how a sphere of water that small produces that much water. But it literally just be, you know, literally the water drops, big crash of water all over the place, and so on and so forth. And then there's also another particle which would be really nice. Remember that vortex spell I was talking about? How I wanted to have like on the ground, water kind of rotate and pull things into the center to kind of CC things. Which one? Which one are you talking about, Noble? You about this one, or you about the other one? So, remember the vortex I was gonna do? So I'm probably gonna use this, and this will pull enemies into the center, and then I can have like a geyser of water come up in the center after a certain amount of time to just do damage to people, or water explosion. I haven't really thought about the second part, but this vortex is exactly what I wanted for representation of being pulled in. I will say I do like the oh, my hand twitched violently then. Where is it? I do like I do like the kind of build up to it that happens, but yeah, the water orb actually looks good. The problem I've been having as well is that with the current particles I have with Iku's magic, the choosing dark colors is very bad because it doesn't show up as much. But then again, that's also because I don't really have much understanding. I'm pretty sure if I just change the colors of the textures, the colors would match what I want. Yeah, I know. Well, I know. Sorry, I'm just all over the place. Since it's on the ground, the geyser would be cool. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. I'm just not too sure if, because there's a lot of people which have like geyser type attacks, specifically for casters. I'm just a bit like, do I want to do something different? Because I'm trying to think of something that's a bit creative. I'm not saying what people have done is not creative, right? But I want something that's kind of visually distinct, so people don't just go like, "Oh, it's the same thing," right? You see Iku summon a small water orb. 45 seconds later, it's just like a massive 60-foot water sphere. It's just a hover in your head for intimidation. If she's in the center, she could spin her shields at high speeds to become a blender. So, even though I have added melee onto the character in the form of like the shield spins and everything else, I do want to make it. I do want to emphasize that the whole melee combat system, it's just simply as a backup for when I can't use my magic, right? Because there is a words are escaping me. There is a there's a limit. Now we obviously I think Eden's switching to more smaller missions so that you can actually you can have more like models active in one go with particles, because the last few, last resort type beat, like doing the stuff, although it looks cool and I've obviously put a lot of time into doing it, which is, I feel like I put probably a bit too much time into doing it. What's going on with this? Oh, because I've... 1 second. I switched it to on enter, so that I need to actually approach the sphere of a certain velocity to engage it, so that way it doesn't automatically just fire. So we have the spin. I think it's the hand drop also has on enter. So I'm going to switch to Belica constant, and it should be fine. So I have all this melee stuff. It's like a last resort thing. I wanted to be focused on the magic stuff, mainly because on missions, whenever we went to missions in the past, there was big swaths of like the missions where I can't do anything as Iku because sure she has a spear, but I kind of just did it because I didn't really know. I did that spear because I didn't know what else I wanted to do at that point. I was still trying to figure out what I wanted for a weapon. I wanted a transition between weapons to make sense. She wanted to be a caster from the very beginning, and people suggest like, oh, she pick a gun. But then I was a bit like, I don't really want to do a gun because I don't really think that's something she would do. It doesn't really fit her thematically, nor does it fit her like aesthetically wise. So then I switched it to like a a spear staff, and although the spear staff the staff part of the spear staff wasn't used in the Lindau training staff, we did use a spear. But the staff bit at the end was meant to be like, oh, this is how she would do it. This is how the earliest stages of it is. And then she goes to Reinhold, she gets her weapon and it's a spear because I couldn't really think of anything else. And then we started talking about certain ideas. If you were there during it, I said about like how I wanted her to originally maybe have an anchor and a harpoon attached together by a chain, and the chain would be behind her back. Or I wanted to make a parasol, an umbrella spear, something like that, or something like that, which Shiloh was doing, but I kind of already decided what I wanted to do before Shiloh came up with that. So it's not like, I changed my mind because Shiloh picked that. I already chose I wanted to go to shields, but I just needed to get around to doing it. So yeah, we landed on the shields idea, and using the shields for melee as a last resort, because trying to actively fight melee with the shields it's not going to be fluid, it's not going to be great, and it's also going to be very clunky. But again, it's also an option, so when we have a mission and they say not everyone can have the combat enabled, because there's no way I can probably fit as a caster unless I really optimize Iku's model down with just materials, which I need to do anyway. I still need to atlas all of her materials because I haven't gone to doing that, and that's bad on me. I just need to do it, but I want to do a few things. Like I want to change her base because her current base is a bit scrungly. It's not perfect. It's not, the body shape isn't really what I want it to be, nor is the body type I used very, very good. I if I'm honest, I chose that body just because it was kind of close to what I wanted. But because I already spent 2.5 months making base Iku with literally just her tentacles and her suckers and her headpiece, the rest of the model kind of suffered for it. I will, admit that that was, my bad. But yeah, like Kitten said, the earlier stages of the weapons with just like Iku growing up and maturing and discovering what she liked and what she disliked. In fact, I landed on the shields. Yeah, because there'd be loads of candidates on missions, the models have to be optimized, and they can't have the combat models on constantly, otherwise people just lag out, lag the fucking bag. As you probably saw me during Vanderhall, where we went to Vanderhall and I crashed like I think 3 or 4 times and couldn't do anything because people were switching to combat models, or too many combat models were active at one go, and it honestly sucked how most of my focus on the model was towards my spells and my particles, and I couldn't use them because there were too many materials. I think it's like 15 materials for a social, which is what we had to use if we're not in combat, not in active combat. When it comes to combat, I think the limit is up to 50. So, yeah. At least with this in mind, I'll have something to do, so I'm not just sitting there like a sitting duck, just kind of being attacked and not being able to do much, right? Iku is a somewhat long-range cast, so in the brief chance someone gets a melee, she was there to give her a chance to escape from the pack. Exactly, yeah. Iku should never really be in a position where she has to use the melee. Exactly, yeah. I mean, there might be certain situations where she needs it, and when I thought about the kit for her melee stuff, it was just about doing active damage and more about creating space. So, I'll turn on the model so you can see what I mean. So, she has, again, I need to remove all of these, I don't think they're going to be used. So we have the spin. Oh. Hello? There you go. The spin, this is kind of area denial. It keeps space around her free, so people can't just like go up into a hitter. If you stay in there, you're gonna get, well, blended. So it's creating space. Iku's grown up right before your eyes, so much development. I think the smaller missions will be much nicer. Yeah, the smaller missions will be much nicer because there is, I mean, we say much nicer. I'm sure they will be nicer, there's no question about that, but 11 candidates plus whoever else is going, that's still quite a large roster of people, which when you think about it, when we had all the candidates, which are 36 of them active, and we had a situation I think in Vanderhall where each team, and I think there's 4 teams, each team had 3 active members, which equated to 12, right? 12 active members. I mean, we're kind of getting there. We're a bit over that, but I don't have to worry about it so much now because my computer's up to date and it's better, and I don't have a faulty SSD drive. My graphics card is great. My CPU is great. No lag issues at all whatsoever, right? It's, it's pretty smooth sailing for me, but for everyone else who doesn't have such a powerful computer, they're going to struggle, and I want to try and keep the strain as least as I can on them. So, funny you should mention that Sacred. So there's a few complications regarding that item. So Hickory and Dicky want Iku to test it to see if it works. It was called an artifact. Then I had Coffee Panda say that used to be Walter's old ring, and he gave it into Dusk to do research. And I went into the thread that is talking about this specific mission, the Sunken Desert. And it turns out that Lunali is now giving the ring. So I need to speak to admins, or maybe even the people which are giving Iku this item, because I don't know if it's Hickory Dicky that's given it to me, if the research is still going on, if Lunali is giving it to me. So yeah, I need to talk about that, but I will focus on that some other day. It won't be today. So I want to focus on one thing at a time. And again, like, even though this is a model work stream, I'm gonna here to mainly relax. If I do model work, I do model work. If I'm talking, I'm talking. I don't want to, Also, I think the mission might happen on between the 28th of October and the 5th of November. So what I thought was going to be only 2 weeks to get this model done. Might be a bit more than that. Obviously, I'm not going to be lazy and leave it to the last minute, but I'm also not in a panic like I originally thought I was going to be. Like I don't feel like I'm like, you know, really struggling, really panicking. I don't know if it's a ring or baser. I thought it was a ring. I guess I wasn't really paying attention. You can use like 5 to 10 minutes and then the entire battlefield is gone because you let the wizard have prep time. I mean, I don't know, because I'm pretty sure you're there for that, Kitten, but from what I'm understanding, fighters are the only damage dealers. Everyone else is kind of like secondary damage dealers, which I'm gonna kind of show up and just be like, let me prove your statement wrong. I am not here to be support. I'm not here to be secondary. I am the damage dealer. Nicer as in it will be less imposing on combat models since there'll be less. Yeah, exactly. Not counting magic beasts and other NPC models. Was it ring or bracelet? Yeah, I don't know if it's ring or bracelet. Since the orb wouldn't be dropped by magical force, would it not be using the compression spell? Well, for starters, the spell terminology I'm using for Iku is not solidified. I think projectile is pretty solidified, but the second was going to be crush, but compression sounds better. So I could just call it compression. The reason why I said levitate is because essentially you're levitating mass into the air. Because projectile means you're firing it, right? Crush means you're putting some pressure or compression onto something, and levitating means you're suspending it in the air. So the fact that the sphere of water is in the air above the target, being held there, I feel like levitation's there. That's also meaning because I don't know what my third or fourth spell would even be to begin with, because other than crush / compression and projectile, there's vortex, which is obviously, you know, putting everyone in, but then it's like, would vortex classify as a crush spell or compression? I guess you can if you really want to be very far-fetched and very loose the idea. Sure, the vortex might be compression, but I feel like that's kind of like I'm cheating a little bit too much, so I need to think of a word that can describe another class of spells that would encapsulate vortex. But also at the same time, I don't want to be like nothing but, I guess, offensive magic of Iku, because like projectile and compression, they're damage, and I kind of want to do something that's like damage with something else, maybe damage with debuffs or damage with CC or some form of utility. It doesn't feel like I'm just kind of just, I don't know. It's like having a arrow that explodes, a bullet that explodes, and a bomb, right? All three of those things are some form of projectile, whether it's thrown, whether it's shot, whether it pierces, that just explodes, and it becomes kind of the same of more of the same thing, if that makes sense. Oh, it's a ring? Okay. I know what you said about the stuff earlier, Good Name, about the focusing stuff, but I think I've just kind of decided on, if I do model work, then I do model work. Also, again, I feel like I want to make this fun, so I'm like answering questions and talking to people about stuff, because despite me talking a lot, it's actually removing some of my fatigue, so I feel a bit better about it. And I'm also doing things in the background, so. Is it a bracelet? Okay, if it's a bracelet, then it also works. Well, you say fighters, but I'm pretty sure Talia is the only fighter. There's only Talia. So, if the fighter is the only damage dealer, and Natalia's uni damage dealer, it's kind of like you have Ionessa and Iku who are both casters. You have 4 supports, 2 tanks, and a specialist and a fighter. We're literally just a team that's just there to support the single fighter, which to me doesn't sound quite fair or right. Oh, man, it's a joke, yeah. I don't think Iku's doing that. I don't think she's making craters. What song is this? Oh, what's this? Also, because Cinderella from Nikke also levitates, I do want to do the thing of, rather than walking to move around, she kind of floats around with her shields. I think that's kind of cool. It's less about function and more about how it looks and perceives. I also think it'd be funny if you could have Iku slowly evaporate and go into the water orb. When it drops, Iku comes out of the water on the ground. I'm fairly sure. I don't think Dickory's not doing the exact same thing, but I know that Dickory, whenever she turns into, when she does her big fire explosion thing, it's not the case of her using ray casting. She's actually becoming the spell circle, so the spell is centered on herself. But once the spell ends, she appears in the middle of the crowd, like Meteor Strike from Overwatch with Doomfist. Which, if she actually does that, and she's just turning into a fucking meteor, it kind of feels very similar. Levitate, rotate, and compression. Compression can also be slow if the water is latched onto a target or continuously affecting the area. True. Isn't Lone's boy on their mission? Is he? Oh wait, Arthur. Oh, Arthur's there? Wow. How many times has Iku, Arthur, and Talia been on the same mission? And they say, who say what? Isn't this like the second or third time Iku, Arthur, and Natalia have been on the same mission together? I know I know Iku and Arthur. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is like the second mission, because wasn't that the same team for Vanderhall? Who was on the Runehorde mission? The Fireshine mission? What team? What was the teams for that? Because we have for the Lindo training, it was Marcus, Bailey, Opal. God, I don't remember the teams. It's been so fucking long. I say it's been so fucking long. It's been a year, but. Oh. I might remove the bash spell. It just feels so out of place, as well as the contact receiver being directly in front of me. I was accidentally hitting it so many times. Oh, wait. I need to check my list. It was my notes, wasn't it? No, it wasn't my notes, it was a discussion. I also think it's the light mode over there. Second as Iku Lila, Scarlet, Ionessa, Arthur. Okay, it's Arthur. Arthur, Theodore, Rue, Star, Evan, Sarah, Felix, Talia. See, okay, there's 2 fighters. Talia and Arthur. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for Vanderhall it was Talia and Arthur last time. Yeah. There wasn't really many specialists, if I'm honest. There's Kane, there's Marcus, there's Theodore. I honestly can't think of any of our specialists that exist. Okay, so what did I need to do? I needed to remove the pen constraints from the hip. I don't really think it's going to do anything now that I think about it, because technically I'm attached to the hip. The movement's still attached to the shoulders in a way, but oh wait, no, I think I want to keep that. No, Mira's gunner. Mira is a gunner. Unless, of course, Walter is specialist and her light core is a gunner, because I know she has a second core that she's attuned to, but it's lost. Also, the whole team was Team 4, which is Arthur, Celestia, Iku Lila, Marcus, Rue, Scout, Shana. Wait, am I? Am I crazy, man? I swear we were on a team with Talia. I swear we had a mission with Talia, because didn't we? I swear we had a mission where it was Marcus, Talia, and Iku. Because Iku wanted to make a water ward. Oh, right. Wasn't Marcus also with Talia and RuneWorld? Ah, okay. That's when I'm getting confused. Hmm. Was Arthur also RuneWorld? Or was he with was he of another team? Oh shit! No, actually you're right. Iku and Marcus have been on like every mission together, haven't they? That's crazy. Oh wait, the gimbal. Wait, isn't the gimbal also attached to the head? I actually don't think removing the pound constraint is going to help that. So I'm doing the poses for the magic right now, but you can't see it because I'm obviously I won't have a webcam. If I'm honest, I think the hand drop is still a bit too high. Also, Marcus is very loud as well, so I wonder how Iku's going to do. Like, because Marcus has been a leader every time, so she's kind of... Iku's kind of gotten used to Marcus. But at the same time, he's also very loud, and Iku doesn't like loud noises. Hmm. Also, if I had to choose out of the Sunken Desert team, I would say Theodore was most likely to be appointed leader for the candidates. So, from an Autocata's perspective, but also an Iku perspective, she believes that we are too early in our career to really cement the idea of someone being a warden general or a captain or someone who is a consistent leader. Because especially when you're young and you're starting out, it's better to give everyone a shot to then accumulate experience. But if people which are volunteered are doing it and they also get picked, then they kind of accumulate all the experience accumulates in those people. So I think the reason why Marcus and Theodore are seen as good leaders because there's not really anyone else to compare them to because there's a very small sample size. Not saying they're bad leaders, right? But I'm just saying for the sake of giving other people an opportunity to show off their skills. I think, like, for example, Iku, she'd be a type of leader. No matter how much tactical prowess she might have, her lack of social skills, as well as lack of communication skills, makes her a type of leader. She won't be able to give people charge. Theodore is also in a similar kind of boat where he can communicate, he can socialize, but he's not the loudest person. On the other hand, Marcus is very, very loud. He can take that leading commander position because he's very loud and people listen to him. There's a lot of dark and lightning users on this mission. Really? Water, light, dark, fire, dark, lightning, dark. Oh, no, you're right, there is. Dark, dark, dark. There's 3 darks. 1 water, 2 fire. 4 lightnings. I find... Okay. AutoCAD kind of situation. I find it crazy how many of the supports decided to go with lightning as a like the element of choice. Like, obviously, like I think maybe everyone has thought I want to go a support build where I don't go the conventional things. When you think of support, you might think of water, right? We might think of light because like healing magic or healing light or something like that, right? So everyone like, oh, let's go like an very aggressive, offensive element to go for healing, and everyone had the same brain cell and decided, all the supports decided, let's go lightning. I wouldn't say she has a lot of tactical experience. She does have a tactical mind, but saying she has a tactical experience, I think, is incorrect. She hasn't got any experience at all regarding being tactical. She just knows she's very analytical. She can see things and just be like, yeah, you know, I think this is the best option. Yeah, confidence and requires leader choices. As Queen would say, even if you're in the wrong, even if this idea is stupid or it has low tactics, right? A leader is picked for their charisma and the ability to keep morale strong, right? Because even if it's a stupid idea and you manage to convince the people what you're doing will work and it's a great idea, it helps morale and it might also lead to better cohesion, which will increase the chances of you succeeding dramatically. However, even if the idea is an amazing idea, absolutely foolproof, and there's a 100% chance you will succeed, if people are not convinced that it is a good idea, their morale will be low, their confidence will be low, and they're more likely to cause mistakes and fail. Yeah, we have Scarlet. Woo! Isn't this like the first mission we get to go and actually go on our mission with our battle buddy? It was a weird choice for support. Okay. Oh, we mean Lightning Cores? Yeah. Yeah, it's the defibrillator itself. Queen was straight an eco out. I can see it. Yeah, she would. But I think the reason why there's so many Lightning Core users here is because we were, like, at the end of the session, we were told that the Sunken Desert is the origin point of the battle between Thor and Leviathan. So Iku's there because of Leviathan, right? Thor is the Lightning Core users there because of Thor. Also, there's like a different layer of things, because originally you'd be like, oh, Iku's there because of Leviathan because she's a water creature, right? And also, but Leviathan's like the ruler of all beastkin. So Mira should also technically go in this as well. But obviously, she volunteered for a mission, but like all beastkin should be going on this mission as well. But I think for Iku, because it's Leviathan as well as Thor, we already know that Iku does have some dragon blood within her, and Thor is often depicted as a dragon. So, you know, both the Leviathan and the dragon having a fight, and Iku's there, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, we could have had all of Room 1. That'd be ideal. If I'm honest, I feel like if we had all of Room 1, that's like a huge red flag. As far as Beast, it's kind of just Iku and Star, which is also kind of nice that we got to go on a mission with Star. True, yeah, we don't get to go on a mission with Star that much. I think this is the first time we've gone on a mission. From my understanding of it, I think this is the first time Iku is going on a mission with Scarlet, Ionessa, Theodore, Star, Evan, I think Sarah as well, and Felix. The only people. Okay, so it's easier for me to say who she's already gone on a mission with. She's been on a mission with Arthur, Rue, and Talia. Those 3 people are the only ones she's been on a mission with. Which is interesting. I'm not sure if Leviathan even have a husk, because he's a god, right? When he just disperse into mana? And like, do gods even have a physical I suppose he might have given up his physical body and became a celestial body, right? Or a godly entity. Yeah, because we did talk to Persephone. Well, we did. The other group did talk to Persephone. So they are alive. So there is something in the lore document saying that if you make a character, if a character comes from a different plane, you're no longer connected to that plane, so you no longer have power. And it also said that when the calamity happened, the gods either chose to stay on Eden, or they decided to keep their godhood and essentially go to the Deota plane where their powers are and have the connection cut off of Eden. So that kind of tells me a lot that Persephone either is trying to communicate through the planes, or Persephone is still on Eden. I don't know anything about Luna at LunaQuest. I do remember the voice, but I don't think I had the contact in character or out of character who that was. I think they don't have physical forms, but they have celestial forms. Possibly, yeah. I'm thinking the same as well. Oh, that... No! Can't give you another shadow person, man. Queen already had it with you, and you can't make it so, like, Leviathan Ichi goes, I am now with you, young one. I'm actually waiting for someone to just use the Kraken from Evolve as maybe like a primal or primitive version of Iku's species. I mean, didn't we have a talk with Valgis, and Valgis said he's actually interested in finding out whether or not Iku is part of an ancient species? I'm pretty sure that wasn't like last week's episode, or it was the week before, right? Actually, I'm gonna watch that 'cause I need to recap myself.
So painful.
A lot of people go clean without.
Yes. If you can find him,
Both of you, more quiet.
Being found and
how can I help you, Ikulele?
Ikulila did recent research on Ikulila blood and Sevi blood with Professor Hayden. Professor Hayden mentioned last name found in draconic folklore. Ikulila remember about dragon in Runeworld. Ikulila wonder if can have sample of blood to cross-reference.
Ah, you mean of the councilman? I can send a request to Alexei. and see if that would be possible to cross-reference yours with theirs. I'm not sure if they will agree, but I can at least ask.
Professor Hayden would be interested as well.
I'm interested as well, considering the similarities we're seeing. I'm wondering if you and Hayden might not necessarily have a common ancestor, but maybe a common ancestor race. Something far back in history.
Ikulila
I think there's
grew
definitely
used
some
to-
connection between you and the dragons. I guess it's a determination to find out if it's you and old dragonkin or you and the ancient dragons. There's more information to be found.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So he said dragon, old dragons, and ancient dragons. What's the difference? Like, if he says old dragons, I'm assuming he means the dragons that came up after the second age. So the third age dragons. And then second age dragons are like the original, like, primordial dragons. The first era? I thought it was second era. No, I know. Maybe I'm getting confused. Maybe the second era is when they perished towards the second end of the second era. So they were the first era. Oh my god.
Match up with Nidhogg contact Ikulila. Mention about dragons. Valdrasay.
Yes. It is believed that Nidhogg does have deep connections to the history of dragonkind. The expedition that went out very recently
Is she a Komodo dragon or a dinosaur? Or maybe he's using the terms interchangeably, perhaps.
with Milo and Sevi and the rest of them encountered a bunker believed to exist prior to the calamity, one that had iconography that was similar to Yggdrasil and Nidhogg. It was interesting. There were relics that were found there that mimicked some of the movements of a individual you all encountered at Rudwald named Lugan. An obfuscation of sorts.
Maybe saying find in Cyphus. Ruins from Second Age.
Very possible. The Primal Born have not a lot known about them, considering how long ago they actually reigned over Eden, and without a lot of record keeping of their original times, it's a bit hard
for a
to
demon
piece
hydrate.
together what actually occurred during the Second Age. Since while Al-Hadid would want to secure that information for our perusal in the future.
Reinhold have books on Second Age and dragons.
We have some. I believe Paz has some older collections. I can let you have a look at them.
Ikulila would appreciate.
At the same time, I'll put in a request with Alexei and see what we can do about getting a hold of Gold's Blood for review.
Okay, so a lot to digest. Yeah, I think so as well. She might have to look it up again. 1 second. Did I test? Did I test recently? Pardon me. Pardon me. I am not sure if
We have it so that wait, I need to test it with someone else about the range. Oh, what?
probably reduce the size, um. What? Oh. Could probably also lower these down a little bit. Equally, you're Devakin, you're Dragonborn. Iku speaks and then sends everyone flying because she's learned that she has an outside voice. Fusruta! I mean, technically, because with me using Void Tongue from Warframe, I can hit him with the, you know, Vom Vris Kra, and, you know. So we have the swipes. We have the shoulders. We need to move both of these further in, because apparently these are too far forward, which I find strange, but you know. Oh, right, there we go. Well, I think her voice having that would make sense with like power words, considering that Iku is also, I think, kind of classed as a siren. So, if we're going for that logic, her voice would be a tool. Wait, what? Is that the end of this playlist? Oh, it is, okay. What's the most common language for Leviathan worshippers? I don't actually think it's really been explored, if I'm honest, Sacred. And the interesting thing is, if it's known that I'm using Void Tongue from Warframe for Iku's spellcasting, they might just be like, yeah, Iku's species speaks Void Tongue. Not that I'm, you know, asking for that, but it's just like, Also, good day, thanks for redeeming the focus. I'm trying my best to focus. It's often hard to tell how far this should be in front. I mean, yeah, there is a Google Docs for the gods, but I'm not sure if it talks about what languages they know. Let me just open it up. To the choir. Well, the thing is, there's loads of different kinds of there's loads of different kinds of types of sirens. There's sirens, like harpies are called sirens. Mermaids are called sirens. Sometimes sirens are like, they're like a mermaid but not a mermaid. So calling like a nymph a siren as well. They probably are. For example, Lamia and Naga are basically the same fucking thing. I know in World of Warcraft they depict dryads as being like female nature-aligned centaurs, and then centaurs are like the male version of the same thing. It's hard to say, really. So Leviathan, god of beasts and water. Domains, water, beast, not magic beast, alchemy, poison, temperance. It's funny that he's also the domain of alchemy, considering you could want to learn alchemy. Temperance, pride, Alices, the beast god, god of the tides, the deep one, the land conqueror, and the great beast. Looks like many beastkin and demi-human merged together. Skin's pale blue tinted, any fur is black with dark blue bit tints. Eyes are full dark blue. Hair is also short black with hints of dark blue. Wears iron armor, much of his body exposed. Always wearing an iron crown. Has catkin eyes, shark fin scales, sharkkin fins and scales, and tails, wolfkin legs. Holds a trident in one or both hands. Creation and the last source of life, a raging tide that swept over the earth and spawned life with his love. From parts long lost to history, Leviathan rose to conquer Eden, and so he did in a way. Joining forces with his lover, Eden was filled with life. Creatures of the ocean arose and made their way onto the land, and the seeds of the life sprouted from the soil, covering the land in green. Now its domain dry, the great beast rests in the sparse lakes that have been left and carried upon the backs of cities. Wait. But I think the sunken. Okay, so hear me out. So Thor and Leviathan fought at the sunken desert, right? They call it a desert, but if a battle raged there, why are we assuming that there's no water there? There's definitely going to be water there. There has to be. If there's no water there, I'm gonna be very confused, because even if they fought and the surface level water's gone, I imagine like in like tunnels and caves, there's like a fuckload of water. Also, not to mention, again, with Thor, with lightning, there's no way there isn't like some sort of glass there. Or maybe it would have come out afterwards. Maybe the sand just came afterwards, so there wouldn't be any kind of glass. I thought there was like a good, yeah. But air species are some that I know the least about. I'm back. How different, cool. Welcome back, good name. Leviathan is like the most draconic one. Could you imagine if Leviathan was the mate of Nidhogg? That's incorrect. I mean, Leviathan's more of like a sea creature with a mix of like beastkin. Thor is actually a dragon. So Thor, god of light, god of law of lightning, law, protection, strength, currency, faith, and greed. Alices, the Thunderbringer, Earthstriker, the Eternal Storm, Roar of Leviathan. The depiction looks like a black dragonborn. Scales are black, eyes are dark purple, horns are curved up, wears gold or silver armor, has wings and a tail, has red lightning markings along the whole body, holds a warhammer in one or both hands. If one-handed, holds gold coins in the other. the second son of Earth and Sea, born after the eruptions of Vulcan. From the sea, clouds circled, blackened, and full of rain. In a flash, bolts of lightning struck the earth, tempering the many volcanoes that burst forth. His own birth immediately brought him into conflict with Vulcan. The rivalry persisted forevermore, as with every gift Vulcan gave to the people of Eden, Thor judged its worth, and if he felt it would endanger the people or gods, he would strike it without a second thought. While he did not give many gifts, the two he did grant were both more than were worth more than most. The gift of law to help the people grow and prosper, and the gift of electricity, once humanity had proved its worth to him. Humanity proved itself to him over and over again, after and much like his brother Thor, now exists only within the hearts of the cities that walk, allowing them to move despite the chaos surrounding them. I'm kind of just bouncing around doing stuff. Good name. I know we were talking about stuff because I was looking at this and we were talking about like lore about what Iku and Val just talked about. Imagine later Vivan speech being similar to Gormander from God of War. Gormander?
What is that? That's all you're gonna say? Well, don't let us keep you up or anything.
So, when you say about that, like it sounds kind of similar. I'm gonna be real. Was this pre-Calamity? Maybe Ocean wiped out from Calamity. I'm pretty sure it's pre-Calamity. Yeah. Water Shrine all over again, please no. Ha! Maybe. Oh, I see. Find that he has red lightning and that Hyden's lightning is red. Wait a minute. You got a point there, kitten. Holy shit. But yeah, the way they speak is very similar. So it's like, I can see the vision. I can see the similarities.
I wasted years, gave you my life, and I think that's the biggest crime. You said forever, but my trust in you was severed when you left my faith to die. Nothing quite fires like a broken heart. Glad you really hit me hard.
So we wanted to make the hand rise wider. Oh, my neck. Okay, that's maybe a bit too much. First we need to stretch. Maybe stretch. Did I do a double hand block? Sorry, double arm block?
I was bored to tears, felt like 9,000 years. Every back and forth and combo cut me like a knife. But then I saw it in your eyes, and it took me by surprise. 10,000 volts, a bolt that brought my heart to life. And I want you here right now, you know, 'cause I'm ready to
There's also a situation as well where
the night somehow. Show me all you know. My lips are mystery.
oh, I did I? Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? So, the problem is with my face as well. My face is in a weird way. Like, my brow line pushes forward rather than me completely flat. So, whenever whenever the headset fits on my head, it's not straight. It's actually pointing upwards. So, that's probably that's a lot of the reasons why whenever you watch the streams, you're getting a lot of the sky, right? You're getting a lot of this bit up here because the headset's angled upwards. Yeah, I guess I really didn't test it here. Huh. There's actually a system which I want to make, which is a bit... It's not complex, right? But it's going to take a bit of time to set up. So as you can see here, if I wanted to launch the spikes, the hand needs to be here, and then it needs to touch the set at a certain velocity. What I could do is I could have it set up to have dampening constraints set up to the left and right hand, right? And if the hand moves fast enough away from these orbs, it will not be contacting for a brief amount of time. So as long as my hand is... Actually, no. Then maybe this is still fine. Because I just realized if I want to do that, it means that I'm going to have a condition of if it touches this, it engages it. And that's because I want to make it so I have to do rock and roll or a gesture of my hand to reset the state. So the idea I had was I would put my hand up into this, right? If my hand goes up into this thing, it's primed for spikes, which means all I have to do, ignore this one. So it's just this one. So my hand touches this, it has a condition in the animator that if my hand contact receiver is turned off because I've moved my hand far away enough from the dampening constraint, it will fire, right? So I just need to move my hand at a certain speed, which means it doesn't need to have a certain parameter such as it needs to touch this at a certain speed. It's a bit more flexible, but it can also come up with different issues. For example, the moment my hand leaves this, every time I move my hand down to here, it will deactivate it, which means I need to have a gesture to deactivate it rather than it deactivate when I move my hand out, right? So I've tried doing this with you actually see me trying to do this. So that's the wrong thing. Right, so you can see it here. When I go to touch my shoulder, right? If I move out to the circle here, so my left hand touches this shoulder. If I remove it, it should have a delay, which you can kind of see. But if I hold it here for a while and then do it, oh, it does it. Okay, I must have done something to fix that then. But when you say about timers, if I were to do this and then do this and then swipe, it works, but I find it's a bit temperamental. It doesn't always consistently work. Sometimes I would do this, and then sometimes I would do this, and it would, as you can see, it moved almost instantly. Mainly because the animator... So... So you can see here it's dormant, right? If I bring my hand up to do the shoulder, it ticks. If I, for example, move my hand just afterwards, there's a delay because it has to go from here to here, then start doing the countdown. But if I were to do it just as it's about to hit this, you can see the animation starts off quicker. So, and this is, again, this happens a few times. If I put my left hand on my right shoulder and I hold it there for a bit and I go to try to do the flick or the swipe, sometimes it won't trigger because the animation has ended before my hand got there, so it couldn't be interrupted. It's easier to do if I'm doing it here because I can set down a so this here has something called an exit time. If I have an exit time, it means it can't leave this animation until the full duration. So 1 means 100%, not 1 second. 1 means 100%. So if I have an animation that's 7 seconds long and I have it set to 1, it cannot move to the next animation until those 7 seconds have elapsed and the animation is finished. However, because I'm using drivers, and this doesn't have an animation attached to these states, I'm not sure if the stuff functions the way it should. For example here, right, it has no exit time. Oh, I guess here, it has no exit time. Or it's like, this one does have exit time. So this one has an exit time of 1, which means 100%. But it has no animation. So it having 1%, it having 100% exit time doesn't matter because it has nothing to time because there's no animation attached to it. But then there's also a transition duration, which is it takes 2 seconds for it to get from here to here. Now, normally transitions is like smoothing things out. So you say, for example, if you have this animation, this empty here, or this layer, yeah, this empty here has an animation that takes it from that starts at point A, and this one starts at point B. The transition will mean it takes 2 seconds for it to move from point B to point A and vice versa, right? If I make it down to 1 second, it transitions to this in 1 second. But because this isn't an animation, it's a parameter driver. If you know what a parameter driver is, it's this. So it says local only and it sets the state of the weapon so it's synced. And this is all local. If I have this set to transition from here to here, there's not really an in-between state. For example, this arrow here is the middle state of this. There's no middle point of an on and off switch, right? It's either on or it's off. So if it transitions to here, it sets the state to 0, and I'm not too sure whether or not it will turn back to whatever it is to allow something to happen, or if it's locked in 0 and will not change back to 1. I don't think I'm making any sense. I feel like I'm just fucking blabbering. I can see if it somewhat works. Let's just change it to 10 seconds. It's a bit egregious, right? But oh, yeah. Let's see what I mean. It's okay. So it transitions to this state quick, but if I turn it off, it doesn't take 10 seconds to do this, right? It takes a second to do it. But if I want to turn it back on, it's still stuck in a 10-second loop, so the timer is still going off for 10 seconds, right? So, like, no matter how much I press this, right, this is on, it's still open, despite it should be closing, because it's still in a 10-second loop, but it's already in the neutral state, despite it needing 10 seconds to get there. So if I were to do this, can I then swipe it? No, see, I can't. So, yeah, see, it's locked. Now it moves. I do this, and even though it's in this state, it won't do anything. So actually having the transition to this is bad. What if... Is it in seconds? One thing to also think about, not sure if it's relevant, but just mentioning, since it's similar stuff, with Queen's Contact stuff, isn't there sometimes it will mess up with finger detection or something during combat if your hand is sweating? Just mentioning in case something similar might happen for whatever you're doing that might cause complications. Unsure since I'm not exactly sure about all the steps for the contact stuff, or if it's relevant something. Yeah, so people think... I imagine people sometimes think that I'm doing contact receivers because I want to be fancy with it. Most of it is to... So, I think I mentioned this on the Oblivious stream. Or when I was talking to Oblivious. The reason I'm using contact receivers is because I tried dual wielding with Raven back in Season 1. And I had a toggle for every different state the sword would be in. So, there would be forward grip for both weapons, forward grip for just one weapon. There'll be a toggle for when the weapon's in the right hand. The blue weapon's on the right hand and the blue weapon's in the left hand, and the same thing for the red one and vice versa. And having to go through so many different toggles to get the desired thing I want felt so convoluted and just removed like the flow of combat for me that it just felt unfun. However, I just had contact perceivers that let me just put my hands together and it swaps it around, or I can grab the sword from the sheath and pull it out. That would feel so much better, right? So I did it with Queen. But then, as you mentioned, Red, switching things around is difficult when I sweat. I do have gloves, which might help with that, which I might try in the Sunday session to see if these gloves help. But wearing, well, okay, so these gloves actually have like rubber pellets on them, so it might not be so bad. But holding a controller that's as slick as a index controller is, like the index controller is so smooth that wearing gloves of that would just cause the controller to slip up my hands. And even though it's like fastened in place with the back strap, with the back of the back palm strap, it's unusual, right? It doesn't feel like I'm actually holding it. It feels it's hard to hold the controller steady. No, it's like I feel like the Wii remote. It's not like, if your hand gets sweaty, no, like, I would say even when it's like the Wii remote is dry, it doesn't glide. It still has some sort of like tactile feel to it. But with the index controllers, it's so smooth, like unbelievably smooth. I'm just a bit like, I find it crazy that they designed it like that to begin with, right? There's no reason for it to be smooth. I know there's the strap that goes around the back of the hands, and that keeps it in place, but you also need to have grip for the palm so it stays in place, right? Otherwise it just kind of just flops about. I've had a few situations where I feel like the controller needs to be tighter, but you probably see when me feel my hands quite a lot. It's because it's too tight or too loose, and it's like when you have a situation when you're so hot, you take off your jacket, but then it starts feeling like immediately 5 minutes later you start feeling cold, so you put your jacket back on, and then 5 minutes later you're too cold, you're too hot, so you go back to being, take it off, and you're too cold, and you bounce between the two, and it just feels very uncomfortable. But anyway, getting back to what I was talking about, as much as I would like to use gestures for certain things, due to the sweat issue I have, it's difficult to do that. In fact, I even asked Oblivious how, because I know she does gestures for lots of her stuff. She does gestures for contact perceivers, for her spellcasting. She even does gestures for fucking emotes, right? For different expressions she has for each character. And I said to her, like, how do you not lose tracking? And she just literally just told me her hands don't sweat. Like, she has a few problems with it, but they're not as sweaty as mine. Mine get really slick. And it's not even like it's the fact that I lose grip. It's the fact that it covers the sensors on the controller and it just can't pick it up. Yeah, she has she has toggles for her emotions, but she has a blend sheet set up with her emotions that if she does certain finger gestures or hand gestures, it changes the tonality of each emote, right? So she might have smile attached to something, but then if she has smile attached to a toggle, but then she can also do a hand gesture that makes the smile into a smirk, or into a sad smile or something like that. Right? She has that versatility because she knows how to do that, and also because she doesn't. Again, she doesn't seem to have a sweaty hand issue like I do. I haven't actually. I think I tried testing it once. I put the gloves on, held the controller once, realized I didn't like it, and then took them off. But again, these gloves I have right now, these have like the little rubber beads and on the fingers. So I'm gonna try those out and see how it goes. I know Foot, he used to wear vinyl gloves after every time he roleplays. It'd be like a box of just vinyl gloves, right? Or food hygiene gloves. And he said it works because his hands sweat a lot and he can actually keep his controllers on as well as grip and everything else. But the problem is, my mum's very much heavily influenced on the environment, so I can't, in my mind, I cannot justify buying one-time use gloves, even if I can wear them multiple times. Like having a glove that's all sweaty inside, right? That's a breeding ground for bacteria, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to expose myself to that. But also, throwing away gloves after one use, no thanks. It's going to be expensive, and also it's bad for the environment. Yeah, exactly what you said then, Red Wolf, about the toggles for category and then the gestures of a range of emissions in that category. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't help that. So my room, I live in a flat complex. You can see it's like an apartment. So I live in an apartment complex where the floor and the walls are very thin. So if I open my window, for example, people would be able to hear me downstairs. Like right now, how I'm speaking right now, they'd be able to hear my conversation quite clearly because my voice projects and it's quite deep, so it's like resonates and people can hear it. So often when it comes to streaming, and that's what I'm doing combat RP, or even just in general, not even just streaming, I tend to have my window closed, especially when it's winter as well, because the heat gets let out. I don't have double glazing windows, so the heat gets let out really, really easily. My voice carries, and it's loud, and my mom keeps telling me, like, oh, you need to be quiet, Alana. I just fucking name drop myself. Fuck! You need to be quiet. You need to be quiet, Krish, because you're gonna wake everyone else up downstairs. This is a nice song. Yeah, my mum was like, "Oh, you need to be quiet because you're gonna." This is you know, don't clip that. Just erase it from the memory banks. That you know. Yeah, exactly. What name? My mum tells me, like, look, be quiet. You're gonna wake the neighbors and stuff like that, and you're also waking me up as well. So, I keep my window closed for those reasons. And because my room has no AC and no fan, and my door has to be closed, humidity goes up quite a lot. Yeah, and that's just Men in Black kind of just like look into this light, guys, and. But yeah, I slur my words a lot, so maybe you guys didn't hear it quite clearly. Like, was it clear when I said it? Was it clear to hear? Oh God. Did I put a... You sneezed so you missed it? Okay. I think you're just telling me. I think you're just telling me that to just keep me happy. Oh, you heard it was Kish? Really? Pretty clear? Oh. Fuck! Okay. Shit. It's over, guys. It's over. Okay, good. Okay, Red Wolf, okay. I wonder if does a delay even do anything? I feel like it doesn't do anything. No, yeah, delay doesn't do anything. I might have to do something else, which is fine, but it's not fine. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to do it. I mean, I don't really mind. You're gonna get my first name, and like, if anyone wants to use it nefariously, then I know I'm not gonna trust those people, right? But at the same time, knowing my first name isn't gonna do anything. If you know my last name and my middle name, right? Then it's like, oh, okay. If you know my whole name, it's concerning. But I'm pretty sure I've always had situations where I've just doxed myself on Google. But I go to switch to a different account, and it's just there. My name's just fucking there as well as my email address. So, you know, I don't tend to really care about that. Okay, so do I want to do this? Put more fucking contact receivers on this, because why the fuck not? Oh no, I feel like I need to do. No, I still need to keep it this way. Fuck. I might just. What's motion time? Oh. I don't know what motion time means. I mean, I I I could just put an animation in. I could just put an animation in that is It's called. Oh, I can't because it needs to actually have key points. Or does it? Does it need it? Yeah, it needs something in there. Okay, well, we'll just delete that. I'm gonna get more art from Kitten. You're giving me like so many pieces of like. He gave me three pieces of art regarding Queen, and now you're doing some Iku art. What the fuck? Don't bring yourself out, Kitten, please. What about fingerless gloves? Keep palms covered, but you can. So funny enough, these gloves are. I mean, let me put one on. Oh my god, these gloves are tiny. Can my hand even fit in this? Oh my god, it's so small. So these gloves are the fingertipless, right? And they're very skin tight. Like very skin tight. This might actually work. I don't actually think it'd be too bad. Actually, let me go grab one of my controllers. I'll be right back. Fritos? What's Fritos? Fritos? What about fingerless gloves? Keep calm. How's coming? So, something I just realized. Although it's good to hold, when it comes to me tying my hair back or messing with my hair, like, 'cause it's got rubber bits on it, I am tight. the controller's better shaped and was a bit thicker. I say a bit thicker, it needs to be quite a lot thicker. My fingers are spread more, which would increase my trackability of my fingers, because they'd be spread enough so it'd be like, oh, we can actually tell the difference between each individual finger. And the problem is with me, when I hold onto it, my fingers are so close together that it's probably causing confusion where the controller's like, well, which my index finger, sorry, my middle finger is where my ring finger is. This is definitely the ring finger. It's like, no, that's not the case. Also, if I were to move my fingers further down, because it's quite close to the neck where the trigger button is, where I don't actually think it's being tracked correctly. To do that, I can't touch the trigger so easily. So it's like my palm is too big and my fingers are too short. So my palm is so big that gripping it tightly is not comfortable, nor is it built for that. And if I do try to grip it in a way that it's properly, quote marks, properly gripping it, my fingers are too short. Also, I'm pretty sure my hand is not even on, like... I'm also realizing as well, the way that they want you to hold the controller is just not... They don't want you to hold the controller as you think that you would hold a controller. It's probably something you'll figure out after a couple of uses if you're comfortable with them. I mean, I think I can get used to it. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think the original problem I had was that the controller slips out my hands too easily when my hands aren't sweaty. So like my hands need to get a bit tactile so it's a bit easier to hold the controller. Otherwise the controller like rotates in my hand because it's so smooth. But these gloves fix that issue, whereas the previous gloves didn't. And I think the worst thing about wearing gloves when it's completely smooth without the rubber beads on it, it will constantly be this slick, smooth surface throughout the whole time I'm role playing, and that kind of sucks. Been a very creative move. That's good to hear, Kitten. And it's a fast art piece. Yeah, I'm signing that you can actually do your art pretty damn quick. And well, that's often what you get taught anyway, doing the art quick. It's probably something you figure out. Oh, that feels weird. My hand feels weird being out to the glove now, like almost like it's kind of like blood flow. So that's something which I'm gonna have to be a bit wary of when I test it this Sunday. Probably something you'll figure out after a couple of uses if you're comfortable with them, especially during combat, but they will mostly be used since I assume they won't be needed as much when social. As an upplay person might be different in the place. Well, we'll see. We'll put it on and try it out. Okay, let's see this art. Miku Lila. Oh my god. Is that Hatsune Miku? Oh my. I just realized as well. You just slap an M at the start of it, and it's literally just Miku. Miku. It's Miku Lila. Damn it! Why are you so right? Might need breaking in, possibly. Wait, did Mira actually call Iku Miku before? If she sings, she would be musical Iku or Miku for sure. Oh my god, is this how it's created? Was Miku just Iku to begin with, and it was just a musical Iku? Remember at the fountain? Wait. I might need a clip of that. I don't remember this. Yeah, I don't remember this. What? Ian lost the musical. Wait. I don't think changing the exit time to 2 is going to fix the issue. Because 2 times 0 is still 0. Fuck's sake. No, I remember why it gets stuck. So it needs to stay at 1. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Ayo.
Rather be the hunter than the prey. Rather be a killer than a saint. Either way, she's still gonna make you pray. Maybe long ago as heaven made, but she slipped and fell along the way. Now she's got another role to play. So don't go playing with fire. Don't go playing with fire. Don't go playing with
That might have fixed the issue. Because it actually has like a transition now. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do it every bloody time. Oh, it takes so long though. Why does it take so long? Why does it take so long? Oh, okay, if I move this, make it 1.5, is it 0.5? I'm doing the wrong thing. When did she make the homeless group? God, that was a long time ago. Like, she I would say she's halfway through 2024. I'm gonna say because the season finale happened. No, because we lost. Oh no, she didn't. I message Oblivious now. I actually think Oblivious is in bed right now. Yeah, she's in bed right now. She's tired. Oh, okay, I can correct my posture, but I can't have a drink because I don't have a drink. So I'm gonna have to probably be right back for a second while I go get a drink. Let me just test this real quickly first though. When she made the homeless group before she left the Hollow, she already has the Royal Guard set up, and she was already amassing people. This is when she was even at the Oak. I actually think this is even before when the Hollow was sieged and they lost it due to Strange. I think she even had it built up. I think like I would say middle 2023 is when she did it. So it's like in the middle of like season. At the middle of season 2, she had it. Oh my god, okay, why is it? Yeah, half a second's not really much time to do that. I don't want to have to put 1 second because that kind of just feels. No, it started. So the gang war started off a lot longer before that. When we started Gang RP in 2021, 2022, it had already been going on for like 7 years before that. You just never saw it. Sean suggested what? I can't actually remember what Sean suggested. Like she get her own group. Yeah, I don't think he meant for her to find her own group in the homeless people. He also did mention about her making money. Like all of the stuff she did is a secret. She didn't even tell Sean that he was. She didn't even tell Sean that she was making this group. So Hatsune Iku. Oh my god. Imagine Iku's name. Imagine Iku's last name is just Hatsune. Is that Hatsune Iku? It just. Oh. Yeah, she does need to have that. Ugh, okay. Yeah, it's been going on for quite some time. Yeah, you just don't see it on screen, but that's like the lore of it. Like I think I'm sure the Whispers attacked the Purple Lotus Casino a while back as well. I'm pretty sure Good Name's video of like Whisper like tribute includes scenes from that. Oh, I mean it works. It's not smooth, but it works. Yeah, that was Steam as well. But this is before I joined as Raven. Because there was a lot of stuff beforehand that happened. The Whispers existed, but I'm pretty sure there was also the OG Whispers that then defected to Fallen because a Daddy sent on a suicide mission. And then it was like after the suicide mission where the Fallen were established, the new wave of people came in, and we were basically Whisperers that was going to defect over to the Fallen, but the problem is that Queen, or sorry, I say Queen. The thing is, Raven had to be convinced to join the Fallen. She wasn't just going to join because the plot said otherwise. But they would need to actually, you know, spend the effort to actually try recruiting people. And there was no recruitment drive. So because there's no recruitment drive, she didn't join the Fallen. And that's where the Hollow Whisperers were created. Right, I'm gonna be back, gonna get myself a drink and also use the restroom. I'll be back. Fallen, but the recruitment drive just wasn't there. So we were just doing missions until that happened. And then eventually what happened was it just turned into Whispers are now an opposing faction. I think I even had textures for Raven that puts her into the Fallen colors. So I think that was like fully the intention. Ah. Oh, you fuck. No, I'm not. I'm literally just, yeah, because I'm literally just here chatting with my chat, listening to music, and I hear jump scare. It's just, I don't expect it. Well, I have soundboards. Oh wait, no, you actually have. That actually would also point me to a jump scare. Oh, 1 second, my chat can hear you.
Self now, Q.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Kuro came into the Discord channel.
Voice fucking up. Bro, I don't like Discord's new update. It feels this input profile shit feels so confusing.
What do you mean?
I don't know, man. Let's see if that changes it. I don't know. I just feel like I'm getting nerfed by using it. So when you want to work on Queen Bikini?
Queen Bikini, what about Queen Bikini?
You're gonna work on it. You gotta make the art queue. You're obligated to.
Make the art? Or I mean, make the model?
You're obligated to make the model from the art.
I need to make the one. People were suggesting that she wears a sarong and wears like a bikini.
Oh, I scratched myself. Fuck.
Careful. But yeah, thank you much for the follow, Dragon Killer. Appreciate it. Welcome to the community. Hope you enjoy your stay. Okay. I kind of want to just put on Nikkei music, if I'm honest.
I'll leave you to your thing then and do my thing. I'm
What,
on,
what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing?
I gotta go eat and chill and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Not actually shit, but you know.
I can probably turn off the stream soon. Are you going to bed soon, or are you gonna be up for a bit?
I don't know. I'm normally asleep by now.
Okay.
I'm only awake because gang kept me up, so.
So it sounds like you're gonna go to bed soon then.
Well, I need to eat first, and then we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? You know what would be better?
What?
I get to see you in a bikini instead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be comfortable wearing a bikini. Because, you know, I was cursed with the body that I didn't want. I was cursed with the body. I was cursed to not have the body I wanted.
Well, then it will be equally as satisfying to tear you out of one. Anyway, I'm leaving. Have a good
Whoa!
shift.
What the fuck? On live on stream? That's why. Well, not right now. I mean, I'm currently streaming. Well, I still think that Queen would probably wear a sarong. So I could probably have it. She wears a bikini top, but then she has like the bikini bottoms underneath it, and then the sarong. Again, I need to test a few things, see what I like and see what I don't like. Oh, you found it? Oh shit! 1 second.
Would be nice.
Morning, Lunari.
Hello, Iku. Hi, Luca.
Hey, Miku.
I don't remember you
Iku?
with, sunglasses.
Iku, Miku. You're
They're one of hers.
Yeah. Better at dealing with the
Okay, no, I remember that now. I like how her chat's literally just gone, Miku, Hatsune Miku. That's great. I guess it would be our community. Was the Soviet Russia?
They just look nice. Miku. You're
Hello, Iku. Hi, Luca.
Hey, Miku.
I don't remember you
Iku?
with, sunglasses.
Iku, Miku. You're
They're one of hers.
Yeah. Better at dealing with the sunglasses.
They just look nice.
I mean, they look nice.
Hatsune
So
Miku.
no one can tell if I'm asleep.
Oh, I remember this.
Lunari fall asleep. On command.
Maybe.
Can you tell?
Impressive.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, now she's giving it away.
I'd hazard a guess.
I'll give her a moment. Well, how have you been?
So nobody
I would say
noticed.
doing all right. Spells are coming along.
See, nobody
Bronze
know.
is done.
Yes. No, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. We'll see how it goes. I need to respond to Sophie because Sophie actually just messaged me. Did you mention something to her, kitten? Who was for Jacket would be classic. She would need one. Um. We'll just go through the entire playlist of Nikkei music made by Cosmograph. You posted the Miku in Eden Lost Discord. It's the Miku. Miku Lila. Put that pen away. Yeah, put it away. Put the pen away. Wait, what? Where is it? I just paid for it. What do you mean it's not here? There we go. Fire? Dark Fire, Holy Ice, Rainbow, Roguelike, Shared, Shock. Wait, Water? Huh? Wait. Whoa, Holy shit, what the fuck? Sin, thank you much for the 10 gifts of subs. Holy shit. Hi, how you doing? That fucking jump scared me. Whoa, we're up to fucking level 2 hype train already? Or you're level 3? Thank you for being very generous. To be honest, my favorite parts are Counterattack, which is the name of a song. Yeah, a lot of people find this bit good as well. This bit where it has the vocals, it's so good. This song's also good as well, yeah. It's called The Collector. Alright. Brother. Where is it? There it is. Oh, Piloto. Piloto. That explains why I couldn't fucking find it, 'cause I... They put out bird characters, or do they? I didn't know that. Yeah, there's a thing called Pilot Shooters before, so I didn't recognize it. Oh, wait. What is this? I think pause The what? The one right under the two flares? You mean this? I think, yeah, this could also be used for Iku charging up. I could probably make it because it's a burst right now. Yeah, it's a burst right now. So if I made it into a, if I made it into like a rate, it would actually continuously just keep bursting. But honestly, I kind of like this. This also looks good as well for like a charge up or something. Well, also you're like, right, this also would be good for a charge up as well. Oh, that is so good. I actually like that so much. Am I actually, huh? If I could put this like, if I could put this on like the hands and it continuously happens, and then have this, where is it? Have this for like when she's like channeling on her body, that would be pretty cool. What is this? Whose is this? Oh, this is the thing for fucking Chatterbox. Healing Rain. Oh, some of these are really nice. I like the rainbow stuff. How did he do this? Is this because of this? Oh my god, it is because of this. That's crazy good. I just hope that this shader works in VR chat. Because if it doesn't, I'm gonna be so sad. That's supposed to be pretty good for impact. Yeah, let's actually just play the entire thing to see what comes up. Oh my god, there's so many. I mean, does this wave have like a 3D effect to it, or is it just flat? Oh, it actually has a 3D effect to it. Oh my god. Okay, this actually would be good for if you like reverse it. Autumn? Autumn like my character Autumn or some other character? I wonder how they did that. That's... Oh, autumn. Yeah. I don't think she qualifies as a warden. She's just a farmer. If I'm honest, she was kind of like she was supposed to put together so I could just play a character and be part of the prequel. If I wanted to do, I kind of wanted to do her again, repolish her, but I just don't have the time to do it anymore. Oh, that's cool. So like this, it's this. Yeah, it's like a disc that's shaped like this, and he just distorts it. Oh, it has custom data. I don't know how that works though. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many materials this is. Oh my god, that is so many materials. Like if we reduce the playback speed down to like 0.5, you can kind of see what I want to go for, which is like, it's like a slow, it's like a slow build up. So like water kind of slowly coalesce like that. And it would kind of just do this. And it'll grow in, and this sphere will grow in size. The water dragon. What water dragon? You mean the one at Vanderhall? There's so many in this one. I had a feeling there'd be so many. Take a good name, sleep well. Yeah, I feel like this orb here is necessary for it to feel like water, because without it, it kind of just looks like empty, right? If it looks like this, actually looks like water, but if you just have it like this, it kind of just feels a bit empty. It really sucks. I do like all four of these. Like mixed together, this looks quite close to what I would like. Like they're rushing water, but they also help with like implying the flow, right? Because if you look at this actually makes it look like this is like an orb of water, but this adds more to it. Then if you include this one, this adds even more to it. And then this one, if I'm honest, that one doesn't really do much. The ones that seem to be carrying it are... Yeah, these two are the ones that's carrying it. If I use the first two and the last one, can I even tell? I can't even tell the difference if I remove that one. Is there actually any difference? There's not really a difference, no. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, this is so trippy if you look inside of it. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, am I upside down? Yeah, I am upside down. Yeah, it does. I guess I'm just wondering if I want to have the water droplets be small, or if I want them to be, do I want it to be like the small droplets here? Or do I want to buy another pack? Which wouldn't be too expensive, right? But it's probably a lot of stuff which I already have. Or I can do this one instead. Where, oh, no. Or I can use these ones instead, right? I can use these bolts to go up here instead to form this. I wonder if a union cast of a teacher is something that the students can do. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that's doing. So, the things I need to... See, so I could either use these ones here. These ones also work, right? I can use these to be like the water gathering. I can make maybe slightly maybe make the flex bigger. But it would have to be a lot more to imply that this is kind of building up water. But the other one from Booth, I'm gonna move on to the next one because this one's very overstimming. The problems with this one, or not problem, this one conveys more water being gathered, right? There's more water going to this, but it doesn't have the same style. But this one, well, I don't want to use too many materials, so I can't really use multiple of them. As cool as it would be, I don't want to use multiple of them. Like, all of these things look great, but it's just, I want to reduce how many particles it need to be, right? Oh, oh, wait, it's too big. Wait, okay, why does that look different? Yeah, I could probably use a wave particle as well. That's what I'm thinking. Good night, Arcane. Sleep well. Huh. An oil core would be like, that'd be interesting. True, they did say like to make it like ultimates and secondary skills, right? They did say um it would be similar to League of Legends, where it'd be like a Q, a W, an E, and an R. Huh? Wait. Where does it disappear to? Oh, okay. Hey, Sin. I'm trying to do something. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, cause I want it to look like this, but rather than this animate it, it's animated through different means, right? Cause if I do this, I can't change this. I can change it in here, but I want to be able to cast this orb. For example, unchanneling this, right? It starts off really small. So it starts off like this, right? It starts off this size, and it starts to grow in size and get bigger, right? It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And for example, like this is the max size it can be, right? But I want to drop it sooner. I drop it here, and it will drop down and collide with the ground and blow up. The problem is, because it's an animation, I can't change the variables. So I was trying to change it into just like a basic mesh that I can do this with. But I'm not sure if it's how possible that is. Yeah. I'm thinking the same. Wait, where the fuck is... Oh, it's there. Oh boy. I'm not sure if it's possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's possible, but I just don't have the knowledge to be able to do this. There's no way to change the color either. The duration is not that big either, which is weird. Is this Mustang's theme? Yeah, it's Mustangs. I had a feeling it was. Start color will change it. Although if I'm honest, I feel like the color over lifetime is this. Actually, come to think of it, I don't even know. You can see it does have a little bit of red. It does have red in it. Huh. Change the color, but you also you tend to control the color with this, which is interesting because it's not actually that much of a color. Like, I wonder what makes it so vibrant. I think it's just because it's a different filter. It's a different shader, and it's using something to. Yeah, it's using this probably. What song is this? Oh, this is like a Pilgrim song. I mean, so the problem that comes of this is if I can't apply, I need this knowledge to apply to other things. Right, I can make a regular projectile, but I still need to know those things, and it's a lot of stuff to learn, which I probably won't be doing today. And I'm still like what I'm doing here. You're just watching me learn how to do this. Like I'm trying to learn as much as I can from this. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it doing that? Can I not just do this then? Why is it spinning like that? So how big can it get? So it spins just quickly, but I don't want it to spin that quickly. Okay, no, so I do need it to be minus 90. Okay. Wait, why is it that far down? Wait, what the fuck is the velocity to begin with? It has velocity? Why is the water orb doing that? That's weird. Is it because it's flicking between... Yeah, it's flicking between faces. The back cutting is on. Why is it on? I get fucking a little bit. Iku, I think we're gonna have to bomb him. Understood. Oh, yeah, that's funny. Iku, we're gonna have to kill this guy. Iku Lila, understand. Hmm. Okay. Does have a normal regular rotation? Yeah, essentially I want to do that. I also need to ask how big it can actually be because, you know, looking from her perspective, pretty fucking big. That's about B-class magic beast, so it's about right. Okay. Like. Iku ponders her giant orb and then drops it on Marcus. What the fuck? Why Marcus? What did he do? I guess it's the case of Marcus Loud. Drop orb on Marcus. Just yeah. What's one more experience? I mean, why not? Like, I wanted to feel like you look up and kind of go, oh, what is that? I actually wanted to be slower as well. I feel like that gets too big too quickly. But even 20 seconds is a long time to channel this spell. True. You say this is an ultimate. This was actually meant to be like a really big attack. I wouldn't see this as an ultimate. This was just her. This is a tier 3 projectile spell. Like, if an enemy's allowing her to channel this long to drop that on their heads, like, she won't be using this frequently, right? But if it's like a big wave of enemies, or if there's a big enemy, she can essentially just do this. And it's one of the situations where she can drop down, and if I can set it up properly, right? Because the problem is with this is an animation, right? We'll have a little control over it. What I would like to have done is make it an animation that, rather than control it through particles, I'm actually controlling it through scale. Right? If I control it through scale, it means I can make it go up to just whatever size I want to, at certain speeds I want it to be, and things with animations with increasing scale. We'll get, say for example, 1 is like the maximum size I want the orb to be before it stops growing in size. If I were to do an animation where it goes from 0 to 1, it gets bigger. But if I decide to stop channeling when it's at like 0.5, it will stay that size and it will drop and have the effect of the size it is, right? But I can't do that with this. I guess the best idea to think of this is Iku is kind of that guy from League of Legends that has a paintbrush, right? She technically can have 4 ultimates, but they take different shapes, right? It's versatile. So the tier 3 spell is basically an ultimate. The tier 2 spell is, you know, the E. And tier 1 spell is the W or the Q, right? So this would be like the ultimate form of, I guess, projectile and compress. Like if Oblivious can literally just teach me how to do this, because the idea I had was, if we're using this as reference, right? All of these go away. All of these small things, these like droplets that gather up into the orb, I can make those into a ghost particle and a burst a ghost particle with burst, so it would shoot like a certain amount every time I click this particle, and I have an animation that's at 10 seconds, and every like half a second or every tenth of a second or whatever, or like every every other part of a second, I will turn on and off this projectile, and because it's a ghost projectile, it will still shoot them off. It won't disappear and turn them off. And it'll keep shooting these until around about a certain point where it will stop gathering water because it will reach max size, and in which case it'll just drop on, you know, things. I mean, I don't know if it's. I think it might be. It might be. I don't think this would be projectile. This would be compress levitate, right? If we're gonna try to categorize it. But the first thing I need to know is how to recreate this without using the particle systems. Because if I can recreate this without particle systems, I can control its size and, I guess, visibility with sliders. So what's getting compressed is these small droplets, right? These small droplets are getting compressed into a sphere. Also, the idea I had was to have this spawn on the raycast, which is this thing here. Hey Fies. So this would be the raycast. There'll be two empties. There'll be an empty here, which will be to freeze the world, and there'll be an empty that's like really, really, really high up, right? So it's like almost like this, right? Probably maybe even higher. And it will have an empty here, and that'll be this water orb will be parented to the empty down here, as well as the empty up here. And what I do is I slide the... Actually, I can just show you an example of this. So I literally have the orbs here. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I need to pause my music because this is really loud music and it's kind of... Right. So I have to make... Right, so... This has a parent constraint. And this would be parented to the grounder. So it's zeroed, right? So we'll do this. Hmm. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Where is this? So this is here. Okay, so this is so it's parented to this, right? And this goes. I don't know how this is going to go, but for an example, we'll make it about this high, right? Just for the sake of understanding the explanation, right? So you can see there is point B, which is up here, and then point A. So it'll crash here, and it will float up here. And then we put another parent constraint, which will be, well, sorry, 2 parent constraints. So one would be the crash, one would be the float, right? Actually, we'll get rid of this one first. So we zero it here. And then we add the float. So the weight on this needs to be 0, and I can actually just copy and paste this. And then paste the values, right? So we have both of these. Technically, we don't need both of these, but I did it because why not? So we have it sort of like this. If I want to move it up, this is a simple case of doing this. And as you can see, it goes up, right? The idea I had was if I want to drop it, this thing, the water orb crash will freeze to the world space. So that way, if I move this around, it won't move, it will drop to where it needs to go. And all I would do is change it. So, you know, this number will go up, keep going up and up and up. And obviously, you know, it would then crash into this point. While at the same time, as I'm channeling this, the size of this will go up from, oh, well, it starts off at like, we'll start at 0, right? Okay, why is it not changing size? Is this? Yeah, so go. So change size, but as the mass is, you know, water, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I might not just do this one because this one kind of hurts my eyes. So it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Because of how animations work, I can put I see what you mean. So it's the point where you need to think of like vague words to explain a few things you want to do. Believe you, if I'm honest, I don't know what spell this is. This might still be. I don't want to think about it. I'm just making spells because if I go with the idea of 1, 2, and 3 spells, I'm not going to get anything done. I just thought, this is a cool spell. We'll make this compression, coalesce, gathering. It doesn't matter. This is just me gathering water into an orb to drop it on people. is probably definitely a tier 3 spell. And bear in mind, this is not Iku's third spell, it's the third version of a spell that she can cast. Because of her passive, she's able to. It's not about having more spell slots, it's more about taking. Because, at least from my understanding, right? From my understanding, when people make their spells, they have a basic rune, which could be like, for example, um, we'll make make an example. Someone has a spell called Penetrate, right? Penetrate could be like a spear, it could be a lance, it could be a spike, it could be whatever form it is, but the spell is labeled as Penetrate. They then add more details to the rune, like circles around it, whatever you like to call it, that determines what the form of the penetration takes. Is it a spear? Is it a lance? Is it a spike? Is it a trident? You know? Is it a bullet? Right? Then it also determines the size. The size is predetermined. The velocity is predetermined. The power of the thing is predetermined. Does it have any like kind of things like does it explode on impact? Does it does it do something on impact, right? Does it rotate a certain amount of degrees? So as people are making these runes, they have more detailed specifics on how certain things can go, right? That's my understanding of it. I've explained this to Skull, and I've also tried to explain it to the other admins. I might have done a poor job of explaining it, but I said that because of Iku's passive, she essentially live codes her spells. Although I was told that live coding a spell is kind of universally done, but I haven't seen anyone else do it. But Iku can live code her spells. So her spells or her runes, they are labeled as projectile, but they don't have the details around that projectile rune to determine the speed, velocity, how many there are, the the rotation, the power, the potency, the size of it. She live codes that as she's going through it. And because she live codes it, she can mix two different runes together to try and create a combination rune to do something else. Yes, this might be me cheating to get extra spells, which I know I had this conversation with Scolomancer, how I said to him, do casters get extra runes, extra spell slots? And he said no. So everyone gets 4, but I've really focused on this, and I really want to make just a spell slinger. I don't just kill him. No. What do you mean just kill him? Kill who? What, Skull? No, he's not. He's not in the roleplay project. And I'm not gonna kill him. I'm friends with him. But I want to make a pure spell slinger. I don't want to have melee weapons. I don't want to have a gun. I want it to be that Iku's main form of attack is her spells. I don't want the spells to supplement other things. So the reason why I went with an open concept for her spells and then allowing her to live code it is so I can at least have that flexibility. As long as my particles and my material count is within certain parameters and I'm not doing things that breaks the conventional molds of certain things, I should be allowed, at least in my mind, to do it. I mean, we literally have Camilla who's doing the same thing. She has the mage armor, right, which is one spell, and she also has the ability to displace with mage armor still. So if her mage armor is not damaged, she's able to displace and move around the field freely, which, at least from my understanding, that would have been 2 spells, but it's 1. So she's also live coding her spells as well, from my understanding that she can do that. So Iku having my mind at the moment is that okay, let me bring up another example. One second. Right. So someone's made this into a model. It's Kaiser from KDA or from League of Legends. So as you can see, they can aim it around and they can fire these projectiles. Because I lock it into certain spaces, that's very difficult to do from what Oblivious has told me. I would like to try out, but I don't have the know-how on how to do those things. So as you can see, these projectiles shoot out and you kind of take an arc and go to there. I was going to have Iku's projectile spell with no rune. So it's just projectile with no live coding. And essentially she just pushes forward with her palms and shoots out these small, like, little water balls that home in on targets and just hit. It doesn't do much damage, it just splashes them with water. It does, I guess it does a little bit of damage based upon velocity, but it's not going to kill something. It does very small amounts of chip damage. Her tier 1 version of a spell. She puts a rune on top of it, which gives it form. Right? Or maybe gives it speed. It doesn't really matter what rune I use, but I'm going to use a rune on it. I need to decide which one it is. But she used she uses a basic rune, and you see the normal projectile spell you see her use before. She basically sent out a blast of water. The first stage of that tier, the first tier of that spell, which would be a projectile spell, would be her blasting that forward. And it's just a projectile that goes in a straight line. The tier 2 might be the same, where it shoots projectiles and they home, but it's 5 of them, right? So she shoots a volley. So she does, her tier 2 rune for her projectile. She does her she does the motions of her hand a rainbow. There's not actually a rainbow, but she motions her hand a rainbow, and along that line of the rainbow, of like her hand moving in a rainbow like an arc shape, it will spawn spell circles up to 5 or more, whatever it is, that will then, when they expire, they shoot out a volley of those projectiles. And then the idea was the water orb that dropped on people's heads. That's the tier 3 version of her projectile spell. Again, it's not really a projectile. I say compress because it's like okay, so to explain why I said that this might be compression mixed with levitate is because, yeah, sure, compression is squeezing things into a sphere and then condensing it down and putting it under pressure, but compress could also just be holding something. Water wants to free flow and go all over the place, but if you compress it into a certain space, you're keeping it stable into a sphere. Like a sphere is not water's natural state. Water's natural state is it wants to fill a space. So I've essentially compressed it into a sphere, and that's why it's like a big fucking orb. Yeah, mage that uses magic. I mean, literally, when I conceived Iku, I was like, I want to make a black mage. For long cast times, like really, really long cast times, and I just blow shit up. I'm not expecting Iku to have spells that one-shot things. I'm not expecting Iku to do the most damage. Am I wanting her to be a damage dealer? Yes, but for me, it's less about the results of what this magic and spells can do, and more about the journey, how it feels, and how it's portrayed. Right? You could essentially do that the girl from that anime called Index or Railgun or No Index or something like that. You can literally have an ability which you just you supercharge a coin, flick it in someone's direction, and you obliterate them. Like you basically hit them with the power of the fucking sun. And it's as small as a projectile and it doesn't really have much impact, but you one-shot them. I want it to just I want it to look powerful, feel powerful, and the DMs decide whether or not the creature gets fucking one-shot or it takes a large amount of damage. I don't really care how much damage it does. I don't care about those statistics. I just care about how it feels and how it's portrayed. Same reason why I went so much like excruciating detail of Queen and her blade. It feels good to use. I'm constantly like pulling the trigger on it and then flicking it because it had such a nice. The audio helps, the particles help, and the motions of it sell it even more to the point where you see it and you kind of go, wow, I have to respect this, or this feels awesome to look at or even use because it just fucking feels awesome. Several others have made it so one spell can be cast in different ways for different effects. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I was just worried that I was doing something that was outlandish, I guess, because there was a people were asking in assistance request, like requesting assistance, and essentially they wanted clarification on certain things, and the admins, I'm not sure if they changed their opinion on this, but the admins basically said that these spells had to be very specific and very niche. Well, maybe not niche. I think niche is the wrong word. The spells have to be very specific because, say for example, right, I'm a fire core user. If I were to say, well, I was to say that the core I had was inscribed with a rune called heat conversion, right? So I can convert heat into an attack, whether it be a spear, whether it be a fireball, wherever it is. It'd be very versatile, right? I think that's the reason why I think Arlo also had different, like basically 2 different spells, but each one was a different weapon. Because it was like literally, if you went with a spell that says control fire, well, now you can literally just control fire in its entirety, make a fireball, make a fire lance, make a fire axe, you know, is open-ended and very loose. And maybe I'm taking the words a bit too verbatim and too literally, but you know, that wouldn't be allowed. Just being able to control fire, why even have other spell slots? But going back to the heat conversion, you're a fire core user, you have a spell called heat conversion. You could essentially suck all the heat out of someone. And how does things freeze when your temperature is basically below 0 if you're using Celsius? If your temperature goes below 0, you start to freeze. So if you just absorb all of the thermal energy from something, as a fire core user, you could potentially, you know, freeze someone in ice, which obviously would be breaking balance. Why would you go ice user if you can just go fire? You can have best of both worlds. So my understanding is that things had to be specific and you couldn't shift it into different forms, because then it's like you're getting more bang for your buck in a way, but at the same time it's, you know, making you too versatile. The more versatile a spell is, the less potent it is, from what I was told. It would be easier to make it so the projectile trajectory changes based on where you're looking instead of homing. I've seen a couple of RP avatars of that affair, and it can help to arc. I mean, yes, but no. So if I change it based upon where I'm looking, it's hard to. So with ray casting, right? If it's going to a specific location and I'm moving said location away, I'm not too sure how that would work in terms of projectile particles or even, say, example, EQ shields, right? If I throw a shield, the further away it is, because it has to go from A to B in a second, the further away it is, the faster it has to travel. The closer it is, because it has a second to get from A to B, if it's literally like 1 foot in front of me, the shield travels slowly. Am I making sense? So if I were to fire a projectile and make it follow where my cursor's going, first of all, it won't actually curve. It will just kind of just go straight but move and angled based upon where I'm looking. If I have it so it homes and follows it around, that's also going to be kind of difficult because I don't know how that works. And if it's a projectile, how long is like the projectile has to last forever until it collides or something? That's again, these are things beyond my understanding of how particle systems work as well as how Unity works. I know a lot of people are like a big whiz on doing things in Unity. Oblivious is one of them. But my understanding of Unity is just non-existent. I'm I'm a child playing with a coloring book with coloring crayons that doesn't consist of the 6 primary colors. And what I mean by that is I'm not a I'm not a child who's coloring a book in with red, blue, yellow, green, orange, purple. I'm a kid who's playing with red, but also all of its subcolors, like magenta, or not even magenta. Magenta's more of a pink color. Oh, pink. Right? I'm a kid who's messing around with maroon, with a magenta, with teal, with green, with jade, all these different kinds of colors, and it's like, ugh, I don't know what color to use to do something, right? I can paint this leaf green, but I got all these different arrangements of colors that I can mix to make it look better with different shades of green, right? I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Hmm. I guess ask Kagoedi how to do certain things then, because I don't know. I have zero idea on how to do that. I also feel afraid of asking for help because I feel like a lot of the time when I ask for help from others, I feel like I'm asking really dumb questions, and it almost feels like I'm asking a question that the answer, like, you know, it's like you've made models up to this point. How the fuck do you not know this? And it feels like that. So I feel afraid to ask because, again, because of my autism, my ADHD, whatever I could call it, my dumbness, right? I feel like I ask questions in a very specific way, trying to get an answer which so I can understand. And I get explained it and I don't understand it, and I start getting frustrated that I don't understand it or that my question's not being answered, if that makes sense. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Like, the problems I'm having with this orb to change its color to basically this orb here, to make this orb look like um this without without using a particle system. Maybe it's really fucking simple, but I don't know how to do this, and I'm not even sure if it is possible to do this. I mean, so I grew up with the philosophy of like no question is dumb, and like I need to ask questions to get better at things. I need to make mistakes. But there's times where I ask questions and I'm just kind of just, I guess, spoken into a way as if I'm a bloody idiot. Like I know I'm an idiot, but I don't want. I guess I just don't want to be spoken as if I am. You might like people might have to explain it in a way that's much more simplified. I don't know. Again, when I ask questions regarding it's also Blender work. Like whenever I ask questions, and I don't think I've ever had this issue. I asked my my math teachers like problems I have and want to have a solution to it, and he kind of just teach me or tell me to study a certain book. But it feels like when it comes to anything related to creative arts, whether it be Blender or Unity, trying to ask people a specific question on how to do something, I'm kind of just like met with just Google it or learn the basics. And I mean, yeah, sure. If I had the time to learn the basics, I I would, right? If the source material is there to learn the basics and have a place where I can just literally just check a dictionary or check a glossary and be like, hey, look, this specific thing I'm looking for that's explained through my own unique language, because I'm an idiot when it comes to explaining things in the technical scientific terms, I guess. I'll be great. Like if I just Google how to make a mesh look like its particle version, right? I can guarantee if I did this, there wouldn't be any answer to it because what I'm doing is a very specific niche case scenario. Most people who make particles just use particle systems. No one, no one tries making a particle system that doesn't with a non-particle system, right? Am I making sense? For example, Mira, when she fires her lasers from her guns, from her spike things, she fires 4 lasers. Now, my understanding of this is, and I already have the answer from her. But my understanding of this is, if you have 4 points of firing, and you want to use a particle system to fire 4 beams, you would need 4 particle systems to fire 4 beams. You can't just designate the tips of these things to fire these projectile, and it will go that way. So I asked Oblivious how she did it, and she literally just said to me, it's simply it's a mesh that is stretched from point A to point B. Point A is in front of the weapons, and it's basically rooted to that one spot. And then point B, that's parented, constrained to her aiming reticle. And what happens when it fires, the beam is expanded or scaled or made wide. So it's literally just a stretched texture. So she's able to have one material shoot 4 times without it being 4 times, right? And again, most particle systems, most particles that you see, they don't do that. They use particle systems for that. But again, if you were to do it with 4 points of contact and shoot it from 4 different locations, there's no way for a particle system to do that. So she had to use aim constraints with freezing to the world space and essentially stretching out these textures. If you were to shoot someone like point blank, you'd see that the texture has a lot more detail and it's like not as stretched or compressed. But the further away it is, it just becomes a very long strip of blue. And that's something I want to try and do with this orb. But again, don't know how to do that. Like, let me bring up as an example. So, is it the highlight? Okay, we'll look at the highlight one. So the highlight one, right? This is the highlight. It looks like a giant sphere with like loads of different kinds of crisscrosses over it, and you can see like different like lines kind of twirling around each other and making it all pretty. That is this. So this same thing, which you're seeing here, is this. If you look here, it's like they don't look the same. It's missing parts of the mesh. It's not like this is very uniform, and you can see like the clear hatch hatch markings, or like a clear like line of where it's going. This doesn't have that. This is patchy. This has noise going through it and other things. And I'm fairly sure, because if it was the material doing this, I would see it. It would do the exact same thing here, but it's not the material. It's going through the particle system and I'm pretty sure it's probably like the custom data. Like if I actually no, yeah, if I move that, there you go. Turn it off. It's almost the same. It's not even the same. That just turns it off. Like something's doing that. Yeah. It's the custom data. Like you can kind of see where it's still distorted and still rippled. It still looks kind of watery, but you can see it's a bit more like that straight spiral going through it. But the custom data adds the extra bit. It makes it so it's patchy. Then you have the color over time, which adds the color. You have the rotation over time, over lifetime, which causes the spin. And then you have the size, which causes it to grow. Random thought, that's the animation. Looks like if Iku was still a Magic Beast, that it would surround her if she somehow evolved. So like, what the energy would surround her if she evolved? Is that what you're saying? You mean this? Like this? This is what you mean? Or do I turn off the custom data as well? It's like this? Oh wait, like that? Okay. Yes, what you mean, because the pods they glow white when they're about to evolve, don't they? But yeah, my problems with particles is that again it's an animation within an animation. It's an animation set on railways, so you can't really change. It's Iku Drago. Well, technically, Iku is meant to be like little or Ickle, so little Lila. So it would be Dralila. Wait. What do you mean? I'm confused.
Strengthen whatever spell
Draw
you are
me-
using. Yeah.
Draw me Ecolila, but like you can see through her clothes and it's just a bunch of tentacles filling up the uniform.
Oh,
Like
for fuck's sake.
This is so
God
fun.
damn it, man. He's not 1,000 years old.
You have
He's
fun with
not
your first
old.
session?
He's like
This was
probably in his
the
20s.
most fun I've had RPing since.
Hey,
I don't think I've had a session of RP that was. Maybe one of my Catherine sessions was like the same tier, but this is really fun. This was really fun.
Have you missed the
It was really
ones?
immersive. It was like actually, it's so fuck.
Okay, so again, with this, when it fires, it's going to the location that it's aimed, right? So okay, maybe I didn't explain this too well. The problems of that is if it's going to an if it's going to a raycast, or if it's just moving forward, once the projectile has missed and gone past the target, you can't make it come back, right? Like the projectile, you can't control the projectile to come back. It will only move further and further away from you. And the distance. Well, okay, you said about if the projectile was homing in on someone, and you said don't make it home on someone because it might go through people and hit other people. But to be honest, I feel like even if I were to have it home, or if I was to make it go around and bend, the likelihood of me hitting people is also still quite high. And to be honest, at this point, I understand friendly fire is bad, but worrying about friendly fire so much when there's like literally like 6 people in the cast are pure range. The other 30 people in the cast are mixtures of range and melee. I can't. I know. I know Mira has this problem as well, where she's charging up her beam and people walk in front of her. It's sapping the fun out of it for me, having to constantly be worried about accidentally hitting someone because they run into my line of fire. Yeah, friendly fire is bound to happen if people want to be stupid and run in the front of someone who's clearly firing projectiles, and you know is a projectile-based character who does nothing but fire projectiles, that you've never seen him use melee weapons. That's kind of on you. That's like complaining about being shot in the ass when you're walking down a firing line to get your target thing you're shooting at. Like, whose fault is it? The person who shot the gun, or the person who's going down the firing line? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Don't be downrange. Like the reason why I'm also making this water sphere, and I even making the projectile first, because I can just I can slap a projectile on it if I wanted to anyway. But the reason why I'm making this sphere is because I can literally just target on the ground, great big fucking magic circle, and drop it on someone's head. I don't have to shoot or, you know, weave the bullet between people. I can just drop the projectile and drop it in the head. Oh. I mean, I suppose while in combat, I mean, it kind of depends, right? If you're playing, like, for example, um, Eddie was playing an archer, I would say, yeah, the homing system with the bow is easier because it's more intuitive. But with Iku's system and using raycasting, as you saw when I was fighting with Iku's spells, even me pushing my arms forward was enough to shake my headset enough to just send the fucking projectile off in a trajectory and just go in a random direction. Well, not a random direction, but just completely missed the mark. And trying to aim that projectile with my headset, I think it's probably easier with your hands, but moving it with your headset is no. I don't think it's easier. I think locking onto a target and just kind of waving my hands around, although it would take longer to set up in in Unity, and by extension also set up in Thingamajig, yeah. And if I'm honest, I only suggested the small projectiles that would follow around. It's just so I would have something to do rather than just having, because I think Dusk suggested to Iku because she said about her class taking too long. I mean, that's mainly something which I was saying because I, wanted to have interactions with Dusk because I think Dusk is cool and I want to interact with people because Iku doesn't really interact with anyone. If the water meteor, I'm calling it water meteor because I don't have a name for it. Name pending. If the water meteor takes 9 seconds for her to channel up the runes to do it, and then takes another 10 seconds to 20 seconds to fully charge a drop on someone's head, that's 20 seconds of just not casting a spell. So having something faster would be beneficial in some regards. At this point, I don't really know. I want to make things unique and interesting and engaging for me as a role player to do, and also look creatively different, just because every role player, every person wants to have something that's unique and different. I don't blame them. Right? It's not a bad thing. People want that, and I want it too. But I just don't have the knowledge and know-how on how to do these things. Oblivious can make her shaders from scratch. I wish I could fucking do that. And I've been meaning to learn how to do it, but with Eden Lost, I just can't do that. Yeah, sure. Could I have went with something that's a bit easier? Could I not have spent the last 9, like, I'm not kidding, 9 months making Iku's new arms? It's taken me 9 months to get to this point. I started making the model for Iku for her new arms in January, but I didn't start in earnest until about 13th of February. So we'll go with 8 months. Nearly a whole year I spent making the arms, texturing it, making the mesh, trying to make the logic work and make all the Unity stuff work. And it's just, yeah. I don't know. I think talking about it is making me a bit depressed and is making the mountain show up. I do. I've come close to sometimes to just being like, fuck it. Let's just scrap the current arms of Iku and just give her a fucking staff. But even that won't solve the issue. Because the issue of the arms being made now is done. I don't need to worry about the arms, it's done. I can just move it around and animate it, and I can do those things. But it comes down to is making particles, making them look good, but also making them optimized. And also making them feel good to use, and I just don't have the knowledge for it. I can make a projectile fly in a straight line. I can make a bullet. I can make an impact for said bullet. I can add a particle to the sword so it has a trail that follows it around. But making stylized animated particles with systems I don't understand, that I can't do that. I just can't. Especially if I want it to be flexible. The problem is the projectile systems, not projectile systems, particle systems, once you started them, you can't stop them. If I shoot a fireball, and if I shot it, I can't tell it to not explode when it hits the impact because of friendly fire, right? It's going to explode regardless. I shot the fireball, when it hits the ground or it hits a collider, it will explode. I can't tell it to not explode. And essentially, I'm doing something similar to that with this. I want the orb to grow. I want it to stop growing if I want to cast it early, and I want the splash to scale with the size of the orb. Like I don't know. I don't know who to ask. I really don't know who to ask. like, I know some people charge like a fuckload of money to have particles made, and I've already bought the assets, some assets for particles. And if I had unlimited amounts of time, I would learn how to make my own shaders. I would learn how to know the intricacies of this. But I don't have the time. The time's not on my side. I mean, yeah, you can make it. You can make the argument that I'm here talking about it rather than actually doing it. But I've also just came back. Well, I say just. I also came back from work today, so I'm kind of burnt out from that. I didn't really want to invest fully into model work. I just wanted to test certain things. And I thought, I don't know. Clearly, if I want to do this, if I want to recreate this blue ore that you see right now without a particle system, I would need to add things to the shader to allow it to change color and allow it to... Wait. It's using custom data. But where's the custom data coming from? See, so, here's another thing I don't know. The custom vertex streams. Okay, there you go. You can see it. If I turn it off, you can see it's basically this but blue. Again, if I turn off this color, yeah. So all of these things here, they're being controlled by this. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's controlling this. Is this a shader thing? And I can try asking people what it is, but I'll probably just get hit with the just learn how to do it. I also don't know anyone else who knows how to do that. Let's give it a try. I can close this. Don't need that open. So apologies for all the RuneScape stuff. Custom vertex streams. Unity particle system. Custom. I'm actually no, I remember actually asking this before or looking up on stuff like this before. See, I'm reading this, and it's like I'm reading it, but it's just not sticking. I just don't understand it. So right, right. Okay, okay. Here you go. Look. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? I don't know what this is. Like, I don't think a video can explain this. You need to have coding knowledge. I don't have coding knowledge. I don't have the time to learn. Like, some of the stuff, like, so it get exposure, multiply. I don't know what exposure is. I'm assuming that's like how bright the white stuff is. then you have like I guess another problem as well. I don't know where this fucking begins. Where does this begin? Where can I backtrace so I can understand this a bit more? Why do this? I don't know, but it makes a transparent Fresnel. I don't know what a Fresnel is. Look more appealing in my opinion. Turn off soft particles here. The output from node A and put it into pop. Okay, so node B, whatever the fuck node B means. So this multiplies the noise. So for me, I'm just like multiply noise channel picker. Okay, so multiplies the noise saturation. Okay, yeah. Then what? 1 minus. What the fuck does 1 minus mean? And then multiple noise desaturation? Like you just saturated it, and then you're desaturating it. Yeah, because Oblivious knows how to use this. I even bought the same software that she uses. I bought Amplify, but I don't have a blind bit of understanding what Amplify is. I'm not someone who can read something to have it explained. I have videos that try to explain it, but I struggle to grasp it. Unity convert particle system functions into shaders. See, this is so again. So the specific thing I'm looking for is so specific. I can't fucking find it. So basically, what's going on here is that it goes for all these different kinds of things. These things affect certain stuff. So some of the stuff it affects, for example, is we have the main texture, the base settings. So where's the main texture? We have the main texture. So we have the UV, which is how this sphere is unwrapped. And it places this texture on top of the sphere. Right? Okay. So that sounds simple, kind of. Then it has an add layer. I don't know what the add layer does. Add layer does add something to it. And then tiling and offset. This affects how many times this tile is on top of each other. Right? So if it's like if it's a 1x1 square, you fit 1 image. But if it's 3x3, you fit 3 images in that 1x1 square, right? And this bit here basically gives you all of this, at least from my understanding. This gives you all of that. Multiply. I don't see multiply on this, but it's somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. This does the panning, so this is like, where's the panning? There you go. There's the panning. So this is like where the XY axis it moves across. X means it goes across. Y means it goes up. So this is moving down. This is moving down at 0.133333 pixels a second. I'm assuming. So it's moving down, and it's like the time it moves down. I guess how quickly it moves down. When you have the alpha. Alphas are basically black and white images, which determines various things. You can determine which way it goes down first. If this is visible, like black means it's invisible, white means it's visible. Channel picker. I don't know what the fuck that means. Then there's the main texture. Okay, there's the main texture. You've got the main texture. So you have the sample. You have the main texture here. So that there is that box there. This is like red, blue, and green. So it checks the red, blue, and green channels for this. That's what the alpha channel. Channel picker again. I don't understand this. So we have all of this information. If I want to change the color of the main texture, I'm assuming it would be this. But I don't want to change the color of the image. I want to tint it. Kind of. I assume. I again, I don't know. I don't know. So I want to do this, right? If I turn on I don't understand why you're even playing up. Right. Right. So you can see this, right? If I turn on the color, you can see it tints everything to be blue. And then you have like certain things of like, I think this is like the saturation, and then it also keeps some of the like the rainbow colors in it. I just want to change its default color of the texture to be like that, right? But to learn how to do this, it's not just a case of like, oh, well, let's slap something in. No, I need to understand all of this to know where the fuck to put it to then do it, right? I don't know how to do this. Like, this is so confusing. I don't know where to, again, I don't know where to begin. I'm assuming it's just this bit. It's not like it's a conveyor belt of like factory lines of how you should do certain things, right? It's just all over the place. I don't have the basic understanding of it. And it took Oblivious 4 years to learn how to do this. And try backtracking from the color output. I don't think there's even a color output for this. Like, there's the smooth step. There's the Fresnel effect. What the fuck that is. There's multiply. On the very right end of the graph. In the shader. Where's the base? Oh, there it is. Okay, so please do. I am literally baby with this. I don't understand any of this. Like, zero, nada. I understand. Yeah. Also, hi, welcome. Sorry that you literally come into me like literally losing my shit trying to understand shaders. I literally do not know how to do any of this, like any shader stuff or even particles. Like my knowledge of particle systems is so basic. I mean, you just tweak particles that already exist. Fresnel is a halo effect? So, wait, so okay, so looking at this, if I remove the color, oh, it's used as a mask. So, so what you're saying is that because if you look at the bottom, at the top here, it's like faded. and slightly transparent, and then at the bottom, it's very visible. Is that what you're referencing? Is that the Fresnel? Because if we're going off of here, that sounds like, to me, that sounds like the alpha override. I mean, you shouldn't. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's about the same. So it essentially, I'm assuming, means it basically just gives whatever you're looking at an outer fade or an inner fade, I guess, in this. It inverts the effect. Okay, so why call it 1 minus? Why not just call it invert? I mean, I understand this is probably like coded language, but why not just call it invert? So I'm assuming with world space plugged into this, it means the Fresnel would change based upon your your in world space viewpoint of it, right? So it won't just be like I see. Guess if I guess in encoding language that makes sense. Math. I love math. Just to be clear, that was sarcasm. Okay, so this says fragment. You said start at the base color. So what does fragment mean? Okay. Okay. The branch node? Go down. Okay, so go to here to multiply. Final color processing. Oh wait, this sounds like the thing I want to find out. Is that is that this? The color remapping? Or ramping, sorry? Wait, so ramping branch. branch. This one? That's not ramping branch. That's ramp. That's yes, color. Am I blind? So it's this one. Okay. So this one goes to here. Combined. You combined it, then you split it. Ah, okay. So yeah. So you got up from there. So you combined it, then you split it. Then you split it again. That's Oh, okay. Okay. What parameters? Okay, so in the base parameters, I'm assuming the parameters. So the ones I'm using is rotation over lifetime, size over lifetime. Yeah, the base parameters is all of these. Hmm. Uh. Yeah, color over color over lifetime. Yes. Because the start color is white, and then it does color over lifetime. It just yeah. So custom data controls those, or is it something else? So if I turn off the custom data, it just turns it to back color. So it's very dull, and the custom data makes it more luminous. Assuming it uses the color ramp to change how those different shades are perceived and converted it into different colors. Well, not different colors, different shades, I guess. Like I can show you what it would originally look like, which is just like that. But isn't the custom data built into the shader? Good night, Folk. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. Like, doesn't the custom data come from the shader? But there's no option in the shader to change the color. But it is affecting the brightness of the color based upon the parameters of based upon the parameters that are in place in the color over lifetime. It's also affecting like noise as well, because if you look at the orb on the right, the orb on the right is very much a consistent pattern, consistent spiral pattern, but this hasn't got that. You can still see it, but it's not as pronounced as this. I mean, the custom data is position, normals, color, UV. Yeah, it's affecting UV. You got custom 1, XY, 2, just XYZW, and then custom 2 is X. I have no idea what that means because, yeah. I basically just want to convert this orb here into this. So so the orb down there looks basically like the same as this, because I don't have much freedom to animate the. If you continue backtracking, you could probably find those parameters and see what they do and override them with your own parameters. Oh boy. Okay. Because I don't really know what that means. Like, even if I backtrack. So there's the main texture, which I'm assuming is this. It also goes to multiply noise channel picker. I also don't know what colors each of these cables do. Distort channel picker, dissolve channel picker, outed noise channel picker, vertex offset channel picker, which I think vertex offset is the making it look like it's got like ripples and water effects, I'm assuming. Makes it look kind of 3D-esque. UV modifiers for main texture, which is probably what you were mentioning. Yeah, as in like the vertex offset channel picker, or do you mean the UV modifiers for main texture? Is that what you mean? Hmm. Okay. Well, that's nice to know. I think I was told about vertex offset channel picker, so I know how to. Well, I know how to use it, but I don't know how to make it in the shader. User user parameters gate. It says user parameters. Would that be this? I doubt it would be, but main texture panner, that's just changing how the texture pans. Let's see, alpha override. And a lot of stuff which I don't know what that serves. Smooth step, not sure what smooth step is. Node B, Node A. Mentioned something about Node B and Node A, about soft particles. First now. Saturate the same as clamping values between. Is that clamping as in the type of texture it is? As in like clamping a texture to rotate around a certain spot? If I'm not sure I'm making any sense of that. I remember being told if I want to put a texture into something to make it rotate, I had to make sure the texture type was set to clamp. Yeah, I tend to save most of my VODs anyway, so I'll have that to reference. Although if I'm honest, I'm I'm receiving the information, I'm receiving the words, the conversations, but I'm not understanding it. Well, I mean, by understanding it is like I don't know how this information is applicable for what I want to do because I know what Ponk. Ponk? I'm just gonna call you Ponk. I know what Ponk is saying regarding like just find where those things plug in, but I don't know how to plug stuff in to work with that. So imagine you have a gradient texture and that is multiplied by 2, and you saturate that, you get a gradient that goes from black to white, but now there's white after the second half of the gradient. So imagine you have a gradient texture that is multiplied by 2. You saturate that. You get a gradient that goes from black to white, but now there's white after the second half of the gradient. What? So oh, so you basically it's like you've just layered like an extra white on top of white. So you have whiter white. Essentially. So wait, if the gradient goes from 0 to 2, but it can only go up to a 1 because of the saturate, why multiply it? Isn't it kind of pointless to multiply it if its maximum is 1? Because it will just change that 2 to a 1? Was that not how that works? You can tweak the value in a way, get gradient that goes from 0, 1, 1. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Damn English. So difficult to explain things in English. Wait, so what's the name of this shader? Okay. So I just need to duplicate that just in case I just... Actually, let's just duplicate it now. Cause I do something and fuck it up. So if I want to tint something, I want to assume it's the main texture, but I feel like that's wrong. Because I want to just color over the texture, and we don't want to color over the texture. We just want to. Actually, okay. Sorry. Let me reiterate the question. So we have color, right? It's putting the color from where? Color, multiply, subtract. Right. It's probably not. Like, the visual representation of certain things isn't there. It's all kind of coder speak. Like, is it not like a node that just says color? Like, what would? So I'm assuming. Oh wait, what? So these custom vertex streams, they don't come from the shader. But just modifiers you put. Well, okay, not modifiers. They're just things you put on to the particle system for it to basically interface with the shader, right? So what part of the shader is colors interacting with? Oh, this doesn't make any sense to me. The left half is mostly UV modifications, so I want to look at the right half then. I want to look at all of this over here. Oh wait, what? So everything over on the left hand side controls color? Is that what the RGB A is? Is that like the color controls? Oh, right half controls color. So that's controlling base color. Yeah, I that's why I was confused. 'Cause I thought like that was just controlling the channels. Was first Fresnel color. Alpha. I don't feel like that's again. That's not controlling color, is it? So it goes from color to base color to branch. Use Fresnel, multiply, lerp. Then it goes to multiply, saturate, branch, minus into stops. Well, because the Fresnel's there. Anything I can think of is the final color processing, which is here, and it's just multiplying that final color processing. So this multiplies the colors and adds. You said adds the one, right? So this is probably where amplifies the colors and makes it more vibrant. All of it. Oh shit. All of this. Into the color input? Wait, color input for in which part? In this one? The first now? In the scene material. So wait. So if I ignore them, oh fuck, wait a second. Mean this, yeah? So open the material. You mean this? Do you mean the basic parameters in the particle system, or do you mean it in the material? Because you said the material. Doesn't really look like it does anything. Wait, did that spawn a second one? Why is it two? What's giving the material that blue? It's the color over lifetime. Adjusting the color ramp. Well, for sources, I don't think it's even using color. Oh. Huh. Okay, so if I right, so if I want to copy these kind of looks the colors, because the thing is, doing it this way, you lose like the rainbow kind of effect going through it. Huh. So is this the same color that's been moved up? Huh, okay. Okay. Increase intensity? I mean, it's already kind of high, isn't it? Okay, I think I'm understanding it a bit more now. So, how would I? Oh, is it? It's probably the first now, isn't it? Looks like it is. Because this looks a bit more like water than the other one does. And I'm assuming. Oh, there's like got patches missing from it. I'm not too sure what would be causing that. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the help. I appreciate it. If I'm honest, I'm probably have to start the stream soon. I need to go get my own food and wrap up and go going into bed as well. Yeah, I appreciate the help. Thank you so much. you feel like you confuse me further. I mean, I think that was just bound to happen anyway. I have like I'm basically a baby when it comes to this stuff. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, so I think confusion is just bound to happen. You tried your best. You gave it your best shot. But I'm just dumb. Take care. Enjoy your sushi. Okay, don't want to do that. Alright. I think it's time for me to also stop. Okay. Appreciate you all for coming by to watch and see me go crazy and to spend most of my time talking, but you know, I did say what it would be like with me doing model work, and not much really happened. I fixed a few things. Well, I say fix a few things. I changed a few things to test it. But overall, everything kind of stays the same. So we need to test it. We started trying to do a bit of particle work, but that was, you know, I kind of feel like a bit of a fruitless endeavor. But yeah, if you like what you saw today, please consider making me a follow. It helps the channel out most importantly when I go live again next. If you're looking at the chat right now, thank you very much to Sacred for posting the chat command in the chat. There's a Discord, we join a wonderful community, be part of all the discussions that happen in the role place I partake in. Ian Lost, Gang RP, and the 60 PD are the three main role plays I do at the moment. Some of them inspiringly, some of them consistently, but it's random. If you want to post something, be sure to post it respect the channel. If the channel does not exist, we do have a feedback channel, so you can make requests there for things to be added, changed, or put up on the stream, both in the Discord as well as the Twitch channel. We've recently got a bunch of new emotes, which you can find Kitten for tremendously. We have YouTube. We can look at all the previous VODs I've accumulated over the many years. History of Queen, the recent episodes and old episodes of Eden Lost, and other things. I think I also do have some model work streams up there as well, so you can look at those. But I think the audio will be muted, so just bear that in mind. We also have a Twitter. It's not unsafe for it to be some minors, but you can follow me there if you want to. I'm just doing it because everyone else is doing it, and you can just be updated on certain things. I repost art every now and then, but it's just, yeah, doing it because everyone else is doing it. I wouldn't say I learned anything. Like, I feel like I'm still as confused as I was when I first started doing this. I don't really think I learned anything. I learned about changing fast now sliders on it, and as much as Ponk helped, it's not quite what I wanted. I can definitely mess with the colors, but I don't think it's going to be the same method as just using the particle stuff. Again, if I dissect it a bit more and learn a bit more, I might be able to get better and do stuff like that, but at the moment, it's just, yeah. You won't learn if you don't hit your head against it. But my head hurts. Especially things are always useful. I mean, yes, but you learn some of the words for the things. True. true. But yeah, baby steps and yeah. Anyway, take care, everyone. Much love, appreciate you all, and I will see you again for the next one. It might be tomorrow because I know Kura's doing D&D, so I can show up and do stuff like that. I don't really know what I'm going to be streaming because I feel like if I'm streaming model work, again, it's just going to be me bashing my head against the wall and not really getting much work done. I need to find something to do rather than kind of just do nothing, I guess. Yeah. But take care, everyone. Sleep well. Have a good day, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.